it burns. Sweat it out, wait my turn. Can you hear the drumming? There's a revolution coming. All this doubt is creeping in, inside out, shed my skin. Can you hear the drumming? There's a revolution coming. I've been waiting all my life to live when I've only been dreaming. Get love when I've only been stealing. Can't let time keep passing me by. Run down what I've always been chasing. Block out every fear I've been facing. All my wounds begin to howl. Wake me up, the time is now. Can you hear the drumming? There's a revolution.
It was so long ago that it's unlikely that he still has them, because it was back in Carthage. Was it actually? Actually, no. I'm confusing things. I don't think they corresponded at all. It was more like because we were imprisoned together in Carthage, so the interactions were direct, and then in Rome it was only just several interactions in the Elysium and so forth. So they didn't really catch a rapport.
I'm going to ask you to write for him.
On what topic?
Any topic, anything that you'll reply.
I suppose that could happen, but is there any particular reason you're putting this forth? I mean, I have a respect for the man, but it just didn't seem to. Our interaction just didn't seem to develop this any deeper.
It's better without. The less you know about it, the better.
I suppose it could be a good idea to tighten the ranks or something. Maybe it is a good idea to reach out and make a connection. I'll see. Maybe it is. We'll see what comes up from this.
All right. But it is something that is important for me and something that I would greatly appreciate it if I were to do it.
I'm confused. What exactly is that you require of me?
To write to him and receive, most importantly, receive a reply.
You want his reply?
Yes.
Is there a specific reason you need his reply?
I need a sample of his writing.
Well, can't you write to him yourself?
The less involved I am on this, the better.
Well, I don't have a specific reason to write to him. I suppose it can happen that it's just as well you might do it if you have a business to obtain a sample of his writing.
I suppose if you are not going to do it, then I have no other option in this matter than to do it myself.
Well, I simply do not see the dynamic. Do you think he'd be more likely to reply to me? But I don't expect you obtaining his sample of his writing. I suppose I suppose this means you're involved in something, and it does not necessarily need to end well for him.
The less you know, the better.
Yes. Well, let's just say that I'm. That's not exactly my business. What you're doing, but it perhaps would be better that if I do not know at all.
Very well then. That's how you should do it. Then she's going to write the letter herself to him.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely do that. You have the money to pay somebody to deliver it for you. So, all right, we're gonna say that this the letter was delivered during a time skip. So, let me read this as the summary. I think you all had the chance to read it by now, but it's been a couple of weeks since you guys rescued Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut's still dealing with some stuff, and she is taking a little personal time to go deal with some personal business that the rest of you guys don't need to be involved in. But she did have the opportunity to fully explain everything she went through and who did it. So, you guys know the Nosferatu is still missing. In the city, as I laid out, armed gangs essentially infest the street. They've always been there, but they're getting more bold and more brazen. They're demanding tribute and taxes to pass. They demand you pay for the privilege of entering their one or two small blocks that they control. Summer's approaching. The heat slowly builds in Rome. The Tiber has receded from its usual flooding, leaving behind the trash, mud, and debris of its usual flooding, exchanging the old with the new. In the lower maze and streets of Rome, sick and dying infest the streets. It happens every year. The rich hide behind their walls and stockpile supplies. Neighborhoods have begun to wall themselves off, sometimes literally, sometimes just metaphorically. Feeding has begun to grow more difficult. Bodies are quite plentiful, easy to find in the lower streets of Rome. It's, again, as we have said many times, remaining unseen and unnoticed while you feed that becomes a difficulty in such crowded conditions. Watchmen patrol the streets, the buildings, the warehouses, and such. Feeding undetected off the disease and the broken has now become difficulty 6. Of course, you have a 35% chance of picking something up if you do it. Feeding off the wealthy, but you're guaranteed no diseases, is now difficulty 8. Out on the Aventine Hill, the chance of violence against you is up to 40%. The Aventine Hill being the hill of immigrants, for the most part. So there's a lot of tribal loyalties that you have to navigate. There's a lot of natives who go out, native Romans who go out and essentially are looking for trouble out on the streets. In the other native Roman neighborhoods, it's pretty calm. Really only got about a 25% chance of violence against you. Out across the street, the river, though, outside of the city walls, the violence is very bad. You basically have it's 50% chance of somebody coming after you, whether it's for money, for food, or just because you're there. At the complex of Mars, the Temple of Mars, the siege is dragging on. Nobody's willing to storm the temple and drive off the occupiers. Meanwhile, they are slowly starving themselves to death on purpose. There have been whispers that a new god, Mithras, will be installed in the temple afterwards to cleanse the taint.
Right.
Word is slowly trickling in from across the countryside of the various tribes and allies of Rome. The Etruscans, most of the Latins, and the Umbrians have remained loyal in this civil war. But the Samnites, the Marchi, and a certain tribe of the Latins, the Venusian tribe, have announced that they are rebelling. Again, the cause of this rebellion, essentially being oppressed. They are not accorded access to the full citizenry rights. They're not allowed to vote. They can't hold political office. They have to provide food and taxes and soldiers, but they're not getting a lot of the benefits. And last but certainly not least, many roving groups of bandits have been spotted along the Appian Way, along a couple of trade routes, and attacking ships on the river Ostia. They can't get every single one, but they're getting enough that people are getting worried. The Senate has assured the people that all is well, and there's plenty of grain to feed Rome, but already the least privileged groups of people are beginning to see the price of bread is rising. It is becoming more difficult to get their own grain to use, and expenses are going up. And into this morass of problems will enter you guys. Albina Pallas was working some of her own stuff. She writes a letter to Golzar Shadi, the Assamite, essentially reminiscing about old times, plans, wondering what they're going to do in this environment of chaos. And she will eventually get a letter back from him. He likes to write a long, rambling message of times of the times they spent together, and the many, many troubles of Rome, and what he thinks should be done, and how he thinks people they could help, things like that. He likes to write. We'll leave it at that. All right, bookkeeping. We're going to go ahead and say that you guys, for the purposes of blood, are at full -1. Your willpower points are full. And we are open for business. What are you guys planning on doing in this environment of chaos?
Are there any messages from our patron? Did he tell us anything?
Oh, I was going to leave that for a bit later, but since you ask, yes, he actually does want you guys to attend him in a night or two. He has an opportunity to earn some favors from another venture.
Another thing, would it be possible for Decius to arrange about 3 or 4 temporary bodyguards? They don't need to be special in any way. They're just here to be extra muscle, to scare, intimidate some of the people at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, some just
It's just money.
intimidating enough. Yeah, it's just money stuff. I'm not really looking for any professions or anything really.
Yeah, let's see. Go ahead, Nicodemus.
I wanted to ask about the. You said it's it's no more an easy thing to find someone healthy. Is it easier for Nicodemus to figure out which are there any visible symptoms, and if not, is it possible to just detect it using his gifts?
I think Nicodemus can detect someone who's with level 1 Valerian, healer's Valerian. He can detect someone who's badly ill. If it's bad enough to affect their health levels, then he would be able to pick up on it.
So just, but that would likely be visible.
I think that would lower your chance of picking up a disease to about 10%.
Okay, that's fair. Um, were there any progress in detecting and handling those diseases by the collegia?
Well,
Collegium.
the Collegia Medicum has been conducting autopsies now for many years, and there's a few things they have picked up on. They've developed a treatment not for the root disease of malaria, which is the big killer this time of year, but they've managed to find a way to help with the coughing and the tiredness and the bleeding out. They've also detected there's another disease. In the modern day, we know it's literally just because of pollution, because of inhaling of olive oil smoke. It's a disease of the lungs, and it is essentially they develop lesions inside the lungs, which interfere with the ability to breathe and absorb oxygen. So it comes across as a year-long cough, kind of like tuberculosis, or like pneumonia that just never goes away.
I assume that there are no successes in finding some remedies for the symptoms, or like cleansing those attachments.
There's plenty of attempts. They have developed some cough suppressants, but they are expensive to get and create, such that they're pretty much not available for most of Rome. You'd have to be what we would consider middle class to be able to get it.
Is it possible to research other methods of producing those treatments, like less expensive?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take a long time because you are essentially going to be looking for like cheaper and easier to get materials. What they have found are what we would know as common remedies like willow bark and certain mixtures of plants to create teas to help with the antioxidants and natural cough suppressant capabilities of certain plants. So, in terms of making contacts, and you have to make contacts, and you start getting samples of plants from all over the place, and you basically start experimenting to see what each plant does.
Okay, I suppose it's possible to obtain those samples through the various merchants in Rome. So I guess Nicodemus would be interested in involving himself.
Okay, well, we can definitely head out to the Forum Vanalia, which would be one of the main places to get this. There's another forum where they deal with a lot of plants, so you got a couple of choices here. But they both require you to venture out into the city on these dangerous nights.
Is it a problem for Nicodemus to remain inconspicuous enough between his general stealthiness and what am I saying? There are those just vampires hunting out for us. I guess a reasonable choice would be to hire some bodyguards.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely do that. You can just pick a few people off the street willing to work for some extra coin. They're pretty cheap. They're willing to work for a night of food. If you want somebody who's been there and seen that and could actually stand a chance in a real fight, it's going to be a little more expensive.
I'm going to ask Gregorius if he wants to venture and look for those to scour through the various temples as well.
Yeah, he'll definitely he's in for that.
Let's let's hire one more professional guy to know how to like a leader, and a few others.
All right, for a single night, or you want them available for more often?
Let's run this first night as a demo, and then I assume it's not going to be one night's business to
Well,
research
it's like a
the
location.
available things.
Yeah, you go to a location. So your first destination is the Forum Arboretum. They handle a lot of plants, medicinal plants, not so much fruit and things like that, but more. This is more towards healers, witches, incense, things like that.
How big is it? Is it possible to go through it for during one night?
Yes.
Okay, let's settle for one night. If the guys check out, then we can talk more.
Okay. Roll me a D100, please. You want to get better than 25. Awesome. You walk through the streets of Rome. These 3 or 4 men that you've hired carry themselves well, very intimidating. Scare off. You notice several times people act like they're getting ready to come out of the shadows, and these men, they put their hand under their cloaks, and they give the look of, no, you don't want to do that. And people back off, leaving you unmolested. You make it to the forum. Yeah, you make it to the forum. It is approximately 2 streets. There's maybe 20 or 30 vendors. A couple of wagons. It's loud. There's several wagons unloading. There's vendors who have their kids, learning at their sides, are at the wagons trying to bid money to these guys who are bringing in fresh supplies, and there's still people shouting out their wares, and the bay leaves here, and the mint here, this mint can cure, blah, and you've got all the sounds and smells of this wonderful marketplace. Dried herbs hanging from these temporary shacks erected along the side of the street walls. A couple of good, strong, long-time businesses within actual brick walls are there. Men and women walking the streets. You notice there's several of the doctor apprentices out at this time of night. There's little kids running around. Of course, you keep your hand on your money pouches, making sure that these little kids aren't there to cut your purse strings and run away with it. And you're ready to go. Where are you headed? What are you looking for?
First off, let's wear a different face in case they're going to actually be those who are looking for us.
Okay.
So let's wear a face of someone who. What would be the best face for business negotiations? Probably someone who doesn't look too gullible. So more like someone who. Oh, I know. Let's wear a professional face of someone who knows the craft. Perhaps more Roman than Nicodemus is.
Okay.
But not very uppity to not discourage with somewhat so it doesn't suggest any higher birth or something.
Sure. Absolutely.
Let me find the right.
Yep. It's going to be manipulation and performance at difficulty 7.
Well, that was a crappy roll.
Ah, well.
As for what we're looking for, we likely have the list of the main ingredients that we use for the current remedies. These are the expensive ones, and I expect we have the general idea of the similar plants that we know can produce a similar effect. Perhaps there is an option that there is a a different subspecies of the tree or the root that is similar enough. If we encounter something that we don't know, we're going to at least try by the description where it's coming from geographically and what kind of biodome it is originating from, and perhaps this can be quite similar to produce desired results.
Okay. Well, you hear one man as you as you and Gregorius make your way through the market. One of the cries catches your ear of icy. He calls it it's an icy chill straight from the northern slopes of the Alps. It's guaranteed to chill the fevers of the hottest man as it brings the feel of the ice directly to the forehead of these people and relieves their worst inner pains and coughs. Guaranteed to bring them the peace of a night on the mountain and allow the evil spirits to flee from their chest.
Let's shuffle up closer and see what's the man talking about. As we travel through the forum, obviously all of us have eyes around our heads. Even if we're not talking violence, there's always some petty thieves and pickpockets. So that's a good idea to watch for those too.
Yep.
What kind of vibe does the man shouting portray? Does it seem like a scam from the first look, or does it actually seem like he has something to say?
Well, he's got the your usual plants that you might expect to find anywhere, really. He's got a number of stuff hanging from the as you come up, and he's got the usual sort of tent with the wooden posts to provide a framework, and from the top of the posts and the wooden cross member, there's some bundles of leaves hanging down. You recognize some of the common plants that you might use to make teas out of, or to add some spice to wines and things like that. So right off the bat, you got a good first impression. And he says he sees you guys approach, and he says, "Oh, welcome, welcome. So I saw you through the crowd, and you struck me as very intelligent men. men who know what you want and what you know a good deal when you hear it. I have this wonderful herb from the northern slopes, and he opens up a box of a plant that you haven't really seen too much of. It's certainly not something that grows too much in the heat of Rome or near Rome. So again, seems honest there. You have a hearth wisdom in plants, right? Or herbalism, something like that, from what I remember.
I know what Gregorius has. Let me see
Okay.
what I have.
So he's giving
I
you the signal of so far so good.
Actually, he has, and I don't have heart wisdom.
Yeah. So I was pretty sure you did for like herbalism because of mixing up your medicines.
Yeah, that's strange. I really don't. Maybe I had a plan to take it, but I forgot.
All right.
Um,
So he's giving you the so far so good look. He says, "Well, these a little expensive, my friends. A little expensive. They were hard to get down here, especially with the recent troubles. I have another shipment coming, but these are going to be the last you can reach at this price. Unfortunately, with the violence out in the countryside and this poor, unfortunate war that seems like it's going to happen, you better pick these up now at this price because they're not going to last long, and pretty soon." Somebody's going to, once these are out, they're only going to get more expensive every time.
Interesting. Tell us more about this herb from the Alps. It simply piques my attention.
Oh, well,
Um,
the roots are nurtured by the crystal cold waters of the melting ice and the melting snow trickling down from the top of the mountains. It lends it that wonderful, crisp refreshment when you pick these fresh and you break the stem and you can just smell the icy clear crystal essence of ice as you inhale it into your lungs. It's a wonderfully refreshing feeling. The berries that grow for this plant, I am told, are wonderful to look at and serve as great decoration. Dried and pounded out, they do well as a poultice paste. What I have
um,
here are some of the leaves and a few of the roots that are unfortunately have to be dried out for transport, but you can be rejuvenated through soaking it in cold water overnight.
uh, Very interesting. Nicodemus eyes the herb from several angles, doing his best to remain confident, even though he finds himself at surprising loss of what exactly to look for. The herb looks okay, and it seems to be quite strong in the way it's built. So I guess it means that it's healthy enough. Um, Gregorius probably doesn't have much more luck because his knowledge about herbs isn't too great either. It's but um, let's see. Um, we're interested in gathering some samples, and if the samples prove to be effective and useful, we're likely to be here for more. You said you had more shipments coming of this herb and the rest of your stock.
I expect a wagon here in a few weeks, as the as the next batch of herbs has become should by now have become ripe and ready for harvest. Obviously, I can't tell you too much. I don't want to give away my source, and but
No,
I
of course.
am connected enough that there's some families who make sure that I receive this. I'm told normally this how they prepare it in their home is they like to take these and they will make a tea out of it, and for particular persistent coughs, they will often mix it with honey.
With honey. I can see merit in this, yes.
Gregorius, he asks for like a sample. He wants to smell it, sniff it. He holds it up to your nose to smell. Kind of smells minty. It is in fact peppermint.
Right. Well, the smell is strong. Perhaps it would have the effect we desire. Very well. So one last time, Nicodemus looks the man over, tries to think if he spotted any falsehoods through the man's expression and the way he carried himself during this conversation.
All right. Let's do a perception and empathy against his manipulation and commerce, and because he's telling the truth, it's just literally this is just his salesmanship against your being a little bit suspicious.
Perception plus empathy.
Yeah.
Does the side bonus apply to it, or it's just matter of interpretation?
This is a matter of interpretation. How wary are you? How I say perception because I think that's your best stat, but you could use wits if you wanted to use wits instead.
No. Perception plus empathy. Let's toss in willpower for good measure, because I'm likely contending with an experienced salesman. And that's 5 successes.
He seems pretty honest. I mean, obviously he's trying to drive the price up a little bit, but he's for the most part he's not being unusually deceptive.
Excellent. Well, seems the merchandise seems decent enough. So let's cut a deal. We'd like some of this Alpian herb. I think several, make it double, samples to have something to work with. I would also like some of your other merchandise here, this and this, and I think some of those leaves as well, and if that and if we find something fruitful from this, we'll be likely to get back for more. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, he gives a typical Roman merchant name. Quintus Tertius. My name is Quintus Tertius, which is literally 5'3".
Nicodemus responds with most likely fabricated name for this occasion, and as far as he's concerned, he's ready to close the deal to just get a bountiful amount of herbs for testing.
You guys haggle a fair price and settle up, and wrap your bundles up in a little sack that you've brought with you, and you are on your way.
I assume we sniff around among the competition, probably pick a herb here and pick a herb there, but basically we're heading off without extending the visit too long. We're probably packed with several sacks of herbs for testing.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, that's what this place is for. Is all these kind of things like that. There is honey is kind of expensive, but you can get it. Probably not here.
Yeah.
It's to be found in the luxury forum because it is
Hmm.
a luxury of the rich. Your average person isn't going to be able to pretty much ever have honey, except for maybe at a feast day.
Maybe we can get garlic too. Is garlic used
Oh, garlic's
widely
very
in
common.
medicinal
It's very,
purposes?
very common.
Okay. Because the strong smell suggests that it could be used with this as well, and honey as a stabilizer. Anyway, yeah, let's, if time permits, let's grab some honey. Perhaps it can be added just a little bit to not inflate the price too much.
Yeah, you can buy a bulb, a glass, like a cup of honey. This is what they sell it in. That's going to be expensive. There are honey keepers, people who they're beekeepers, people who raise bees and sell the honey, and that's how they make a lot of their money. And they tend to go in partnerships with the very large farms outside of Rome, so they'll actually bring hives to the farms and allow the hives to sit there for a part of the year.
I assume honey is not very much imported.
No,
Is it?
no, it is not imported. So
Well,
you're actually getting the best. Local honey is actually best.
Okay. Let's get some too, even if it's expensive. We're testing.
Yep. Yeah, you
So
pick up a
obviously,
jar of honey.
what's this? What did the what did the people on the street seem like? Were they agitated by the violence? Was the mood unsettling?
Well,
Were they disturbed?
the people who shop at night are either very desperate or very rich. There's not a lot of in between. The ones who are desperate are searching for bargains, the cheapest possible cuts of meat, the cheapest, easiest to obtain, the last bit of the butcher's meat that they're just trying to get rid of, that kind of stuff. Those who are very rich are shopping for tomorrow already, and they're out and they're out. They're trying to hit the point of I've got rid of the worst of my shit. It's gone. I'm bringing the fresh stuff out. That's the point they're trying to get. They're trying to be right there as they're bringing in the freshest. Be right there at the opening bell, as it were, right? To get the freshest stuff right off the wagon as it's bringing it in to resupply. So you've got kind of a mix of really desperate people and people who are extremely well off and are well protected.
Were there any conflicts on this background that we've seen, or
The usual
people?
insults, people yelling about getting out of my way, you freaking poor stupid scum, how dare you interfere with my business, the usual chest thumping, I'm higher status than you sort of stuff going on. You don't want to interfere with my master's business. Get out of the way. The usual gruff, streets of Rome talk. No, the men, at least around you, nobody's gotten in any big fights. But as far as yeah, it's tense.
Very well. We head back.
All right. Yeah, you're good. You head
Oh
back
yeah,
with your results of
yeah.
shopping.
One final question. Uh, was there any eyes on us? Have we at any point um, felt that we're being watched or luring particular attention?
No. Funny enough, nobody really expects Canaanites to go grocery shopping.
Gotta remember that.
Weapon shopping? Sure. You'd probably pick up a watcher. Um, Expensive clothing? Maybe. Groceries? No, not really.
Guess it means feeding here is better, less competition, and also those who dabble in herbs probably have inhaled enough to gain at least a little bit of resistance.
Quite possibly. You don't know that anybody has chosen this as a feeding ground. We'll say that. It's
Untapped territory,
unclaimed. Yeah.
uncharted water.
All right. Let's move forward to Labiana. Labiana, do you have any plans, concerns, issues, things you want to take care of in this confusion?
I mean, I'll admit I have been kind of thinking about what she might do. I mean, one thing she's definitely doing is sticking as close to home as possible. Now, out of character, I don't know if any of us would have a chance to, I don't know, maybe have gone out often enough to try and determine kind of the safest areas to travel through at all?
Unfortunately, that is there's no super safe route to go anywhere. It's very much there's a lot of desperate people just trying to protect what little territory they can. In your immediate neighborhood, you guys are safe. You're known. You're locals here. Nobody's going to mess with you in a surrounding few blocks of streets. Just like the several hundred others who live in this area that everyone kind of knows by sight, at least by sight. But
Yeah.
beyond that, once you get past the neighborhood, and you get out into the wider streets of Rome, yeah, allegiances change, strange faces draw attention. They look for people who they think are going to be easy targets, people who they can bully. If you come down on the streets with 15 heavily armed men bearing swords and shields, yeah, people are going to get out of your way. You ain't going to be bothered. But if you
Yeah.
go around looking mousy and scared, somebody's probably going to accost you.
Yeah. Well, I suppose one thing Labiana would consider if she has to stray anywhere outside of the known area, she would definitely consider what everyone else is doing and just hire some people to protect her when she goes out.
Does
But
Labiana
just
have
to-
money? That's the question.
She has one. She has one dot of resources.
Okay. You can afford to hire a couple of randos off the street to act intimidating.
Yeah. Also, I was having a bit of a think about. Now, this actually doesn't have any direct link to what's actually going on, but with the whole, I think I was trying to establish earlier how she could have access to all the dead bodies in Rome.
Oh, there's plenty to be had.
Yeah, I mean, I just, she would have tried to find a way to get herself in to a position where she could be one of those official, I suppose, body disposal people. In order to do that,
Well,
I guess.
you are going to need some help with that.
What?
Because that is a real business. I mean, it's a real thing, and it's a necessary business.
Yeah. What kind of help, though?
You're going to need some political help and some monetary help to get started. Fortunately, you have a patron who has promised to help you when you need this kind of help. So, let's start there.
Indeed.
Right. Give me a D100 roll, please.
Okay. Bear with me.
Awesome. All right. The three randoms you hire off the street appear to do the job. Nobody bugs you as you make your way through the labyrinth of streets. You leave your neighborhood. You make your way to the hill where you know your patron usually hangs out. Through a series of messengers and such, you've let him know, hey, I'm coming. So he makes sure that he's there to receive you as you enter his domus. He has made sure to rebuild the domus that was damaged by the earthquake not so long ago. And the sounds of construction and stuff still are going on around you as it's still under construction. But he's hanging out in a building that's next to this building under construction. It's got some statues, theater things in it. The walls are decorated with paintings about the theater industry, love, big famous themes, the types of love, Greek love, eros love, the love of friendship, the love of children and parents, all such things. So his dwelling is on the Quirinal Hill, up in the northern section. He welcomes you in. You know, come in, come in. This is not the villa estate of Artemis. There's no fountain. There's no like you come in and it's nice, but it's no Artemis villa. You know, with the golden decorations and the sense of permanence that she brought with her.
It's not as elaborate.
Right, exactly. It's very rich. There's obviously money here, but it's not as nice. It's not. You know, there's the sense of. Yeah, it's nicely done, but it's just a building to this guy. It's not. He's not making a statement with this, which in and of itself is a statement.
Fair enough.
So you're shown to a sitting area. There's a couple of candles in there. You can relax. You know, you can take the mask off, stretch out. he sits down on a Greek couch, lays down on his right hand side, and completely at ease, blonde, curled hair, artfully resting on the upper raised arm of the Greek sofa. He says, "So, what brings you to me tonight?"
Well, good evening, Patron Alexander. I actually wish to discuss with you a certain matter which I have been looking to um, well, certainly explore here in Rome.
Well, do go on.
Let's just say I wish to. Oh well, firstly, I understand that you would be well aware of my clan's certain fascinations, and look to use those fascinations to, on one hand, benefit Rome, as it were, and on another hand, benefit, or potentially, benefit our kind as well.
He looks for
I
all the world
was,
like he should be holding a bunch of grapes right now, and but he's just looking at you, waiting on you to go on.
Of course, she does continue. I was wondering, patron, that if you would be willing to assist me in perhaps helping me to establish myself in assisting Rome with the, I suppose the word would be, I don't know what the word, out of character, I don't know what the word would have been back in those days, but
Corpse disposal.
fast tracking corpse disposal. Now, I will confess, I do have good reasons to want to put myself in this position. I do believe that it could be of some use, potentially down the
Are you still there?
in the city,
There it goes.
and also potentially come across anything out of the ordinary, perhaps sooner than we could otherwise, might otherwise find out.
Well, I'm
In
not
terms
sure
of
what you mean
deaths.
by out of the ordinary, but death is a constant companion here in Rome. I'm sure you know that as well as anyone.
Of course.
Have you given thought as to what this will require of you to have this business?
Um, I will confess I only have minimal knowledge of what this will require. It is, I confess, one of the reasons I am coming to you this evening. If you are able to impart some wisdom on that front.
Oh, well, first off, when you own a business, it actually involves you in having obligations. You will have to have somebody on those occasions when you can't run it. Somebody has to run it for you. You have to have a business like this in large part functions during the day. So you have to have somebody during the day who can run your business for you, who can meet with vendors and talk to the woodcutters and arrange for wood shipments and such things.
I'm sure that I could arrange something of the sort.
And plus, you actually have to do the business. You actually have to do the job. So, this isn't something that's just going to be a passing fancy, is it? I mean, you actually have to dispose of bodies. You actually will need to burn them and then sweep and clean out the ashes and have them disposed of and prepare for the next ones and the next ones that never stop.
Labiena can be seen nodding her head.
And
Yes.
last but not least, I'm sure there will be people who wish to take this from you, business rivals and such. Quite often these things become family ventures. The grandfather's grandfather passed it on, and so on and so forth through the family line. You know what I mean. They're not surely will not welcome too much competition in this area. Are you willing to fight off such lowlifes?
She will at this look at her patron with her usual expressionlessness, and then just say simply, I do believe that is something I could take care of, if that arises.
Yeah. And, since you're already in the business of disposing of dead bodies, if they ended up in your furnace, yeah, no body.
Indeed.
Yeah, he actually laughs at that. He says, okay, well, so there's some things we have to do. First off, you will need a place of business. You'll need contacts to get wood. We'll need to get the business registered, and you're going to need to find some people to help you run it during the day. So I can help you with the business portion of that. I can help you with the money. I cannot help you with finding somebody to run the business during the day. That is something you are going to have to do.
I do believe that is something I can take care of. I'm more than happy to.
Okay, well, I will engage a jurist to begin the paperwork and processes that's going to be needed. Return to me when you are ready on your end with contacts necessary and some people signing on to your upcoming business. I will provide you with a letter of credit that you can use to draw on. See if you can find yourself a facility. Even if one needs to be constructed, which will add to the cost, that will make things much more complicated. If you can find an existing one that is more suited, that would be excellent. Near the river would be great, or at least near the near one of the main gates.
I will mention at this point, patron, I will say that as we speak, I have arranged for something to be built. In the meantime, however, I will arrange for a temporary location in order to begin immediately.
Okay. Make sure the group knows that I have a opportunity for us to earn the gratitude and some favors from one another Ventru, Valeronius. I believe you're familiar with him.
Yes, the name does ring a bell. Out of character, though, it actually doesn't.
Valeronius and Agatha had a thing, or should I say, Agatha got very tired of being humiliated by Valeronius rather quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember that now.
In any case, pass on to them that I need to meet with them about this opportunity, and it needs to be sooner rather than later, before too much time passes.
Well, I will advise them as soon as I lay eyes on them.
Wonderful. I expect to see everybody here tomorrow night.
I shall inform them.
Can I do something same day?
Yeah, like I said, we've got a couple of weeks where this is happening, so let us move forward, and we'll come back to La Biena's one business venture here in a little bit, and we'll move on to Decius.
I would like to meet with my mentor. There are some things I would like to talk with him.
Okay. You meet up with your mentor at his preferred place of doing business, which sadly is not his haven, but yes, you meet up with your mentor. He is, unfortunately, he has business of his own to attend to, doesn't have too much time right now to speak with you. So he comes in and he says, Decius, you are doing well, I see. I have heard some good things about your name on the streets.
Thank you, mentor. Out of character, am I in a place I need to be quiet while speaking?
No.
No, okay. Mentor, I know that you are busy and you cannot spare a lot of your time at the moment, so I will be on point to not keep you busy for too long. The situation in Rome, it is quite concerning, and I considered that your wisdom would be a nice addition to what's going on. You might have heard the rumors that a coterie member of ours has been kidnapped, but we luckily rescued her from these kidnappers. And the fact that this happened by a former coterie member of my current coterie concerns me. I believe that you can imagine why that is the case. And I was curious if you have some wisdom you can share with me.
Make it look like an accident?
Well, actually the prince ordered that she must be brought. She is on a hunt, essentially, on a blood hunt. So she can be murdered even if it's not an accident. I was thinking more in terms of the ambushes that might happen over the street, focused at our coterie. Certainly, they might hire even more people and come with even more force. So we need to keep an eye out all the time.
That is true. Let me ask you, how much information on you does she have?
As far as my knowledge goes, she has not been in Rome for a long time. I believe that she might have arrived maybe a month or maybe a few weeks ago, before the kidnapping of Hatshepsut. And therefore, I do believe that she probably doesn't have a lot of information about me. I should say that their defense against us capturing our coterie member back was quite weak. So they might also lack information about our current state, our new allies and such. So I do believe that she does not know a lot of things about me.
Okay, well, that takes care of one problem already. Ensure that it stays that way. Secrecy is ever our best ally. Part of the problem, as I see it, is that your coterie has become extremely predictable. We've talked about the cult before, and how your coterie has resided in it for something like 3 generations.
Pretty much.
That's a lot of time to invest in and never change, really. The grandchildren of original cult members now serve your coterie. I'm sure their feeding grounds are probably still the same grounds they have been hunting now for many decades.
Yes, they did not improve a lot.
So I would assume that is how your coterie member was hunted down, because of predictable patterns. It's not going to be easy to change your hunting grounds and patterns quickly. So, if I were you, I would consider one of 2 things. Number one, you could completely abandon all familiar areas and radically change up your lives. Or you could use your patterns with the assumption that she has been watching you and attempt to trick her into a trap of your own making.
I do see the potential in some of our coterie members being able to pull such a trap, rather with finesse. That certainly sounds as an amazing idea. And changing about patterns is also a useful thing we should aim for in the longer term. I thank you, mentor, for sharing your wisdom. I will inform my coterie members and tell the same things you told me now.
One other thing. If you have any enemies, or the coterie has any enemies, and you happen to know of such existing patterns in these enemies, maybe allowing that information to accidentally slip to some people who would be willing to use that information during this time of chaos. Need I say more?
I will give a respectful nod that acknowledges the meaning behind what he said, but do not make a verbal comment.
All right then.
And then I will leave.
All right. Onwards, on to Albina. Albina, you have received a reply to your letter. He tends to ramble, as I mentioned. He covers several topics. What are you going to do with this letter?
She's going to take it to the forger.
Alrighty.
Hmm?
I said okay. He is going to attempt to forge a letter, and in his patterns, and the forger asks you in particular, what do you want it to say? Who am I writing to?
She's going to have it mentioned that the prince. What's the name of the Carthaginian guy again?
Critias.
Yes. She's going to have the letter saying that, as if he is saying that to Cratius, that he managed to get himself a position under the scourge that should allow him to throw off the scent of any tracking that's done against his people. That should allow him to undermine the authority of the prince by subverting the office, the power that has been granted to him by working alongside the scourge. She's not concerned with the masquerade when she speaks this. She's not concerned about hiding anything from him as she speaks this.
Okay. I'll tell you what, give me a couple of days to write this out, and I will have something for you. And you come after sunset, so let's 2 sunsets from now.
Two sunsets. Could it be done sooner?
I mean, sure, I can whip something out, but I need some time to make it sound convincing. And he holds up the letter reply. It's going to take me a little bit of effort to match some of the major pen strokes and stuff. You don't want this looking like it's got to at least visually look like he wrote it, too.
And okay then. Two sunsets it is. But you are not to say about what's being spoken to here to anyone and then dominate him.
Okay. Give me the dominate roll, please. Put difficulty 3 because of your merit.
Shit, forgot the difficult.
1, 2, 3,
So-
4, 5 successes.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. He says, "Don't worry. I will not say anything to anyone." And you're pretty confident your dominate took.
That she departs.
All right. So, we're going to go ahead and say that all of this happened during the couple of weeks in which Hatshepsut has been recovering, and it's now time to go and meet with your patron. So you guys all head to Alexander's place, where he is ready to talk to you. Again, as we had discussed, he is reconstructing everything after the earthquake. Progress goes slow. He has essentially taken over a very small insulae and the nearby building right next to it. And that's where he meets you.
Patron Alexander, I salute you, and I thank you for welcoming us to your temporary place. I also hope that the chaos outside does not really prevent the progression of rebuilding your old place, or new place, I should say.
Labiana will give a small, just like a small, respectful nod, as she usually does. Good evening, Patron Alexander. I trust we find you well this evening.
Good evening, Patron. I hope you're well these turbulent nights.
Abner likewise lowers her head submissively to him. Patron, what may we do for you this night?
Oh, well, thank you everyone for coming. I appreciate your well wishes. I have an opportunity for us all. You all remember Valeronius, right?
Yes.
A difficult figure to forget.
Yes,
Of
the
course.
fat tub of lard. He does cut a striking figure. If you, maybe you know, maybe you don't, but we've run up against competing interests in the past. His focus on physical entertainment, chariot races, gladiators, and such. Such lowbrow entertainment. It's good for the masses. And it's been very good to him. Until recently. This trouble is hitting him quite hard. In fact, he has approached several of us about getting some help in finding a way to secure safe travel routes and finding a way to protect his ludi and his farms from the trouble. A good portion of his gladiators have become raised and often trained in Capua. And as we have all recently learned, the people of Capua are amongst the chief of the rebellion against the rightful authority of Rome. So I come to you with this opportunity of earning a major boon from Valeronius, each of you, for your help in assuring the safety of his ludi in Capua, the safety of his farms in the countryside, and perhaps even the occasional bit of protection for those facilities in Rome itself. He has agreed to owe each of you a major boon for each year of the conflict.
Can you repeat one more? Safety to his farms outside the city skirt. Safety to
outside the
his.
city walls. He has horse farms and chariot training areas between here and Capua. And he has, as I've said, several ludi in and around Capua, where their stadium has become quite famous and a good moneymaker for him.
Is it a new stadium or some old one?
Uh, I believe he had a hand in financing it, and I think your old
Yeah.
coterie member Agatha, if believe
I
me
was
when I
just
say, the pleasure of watching him admit this, it makes me shiver and just remembering the look on his face. I believe that she had a great deal to do with building it, and it was part of their ongoing games against each other when he became a major patron of the operations of the stadium.
yeah, I remember that.
Or I should ask this in character because it makes more sense. Patron, I can. Well, I'm curious when it comes to safety to his Ludai in and around Capua. I assume that he asks for a physical. What's the word? Physical. Us to be there physically in the Capua, or does he expect us to protect his Ludai through a more, how to say it, a proxy means, through proxies?
Indirect approach.
Yeah, indirect approach.
Well, I believe that's up to you. But the as it was phrased to me, was he needs to ensure the physical safety of the ludi and the occupants. Now, if this is through proxies, through political bargains, through other such deals, or through the hiring of armed men, I don't care. But if you accept this proposition, then it needs to become something that you absolutely take seriously, because each of his possessions that are destroyed results in less of a boon for all of us.
Um, well, I think there's no greater place to bring up this, considering you are our patron and we are all here in a private occasion. You might have heard, or what am I saying? Sorry, erase it. So, patron, you know that Agatha is here, and she personally took arms to essentially, I should say, control us, manipulate us, use us. At least her first action was capturing Hatshepsut to blackmail us, which she failed. But we also have a strong belief that she won't be stopping with that, and she might try some other means, or even try to kidnap yet another time. And Agatha is from Capua. I guess the problem if we accept this boon is that we would have to deal with Agatha, or she might be the largest conflict between us doing this boon successfully.
Yes, I am aware that your former coterie member, Agatha, was from Capua and disappeared for many years. Don't you think this is the opportunity to go after her? Is she going to expect you to walk away from Rome for a bit? and go after her in Capua, or at the very least, begin to disrupt her operations. As I said, I know that her and Valeronius were major competitors in the Ludi business. So, don't you think it's possible that she has a personal hand in this, and that you might be able to, I don't know, lure her out of hiding to personally take care of some business?
Um, so you are suggesting that by us going to Capua, we take the conflict to her home where she probably does not expect us to take it. And then by maybe attacking at her assets in Capua, we might draw out this kindred to open space where we can, with rather ease, counterattack. And do you believe that Valeronius would be inclined to give us some information about Agatha, considering that they work together? And he might know something useful that we might use in our advantage to further damage her resources.
I think that he would be willing to do almost anything to assure the safety of his Ludi and his farms.
May I ask one more thing?
I mean, that's why I brought you here.
This is a very unlikely thing to happen, I know it. But I believe that it is still a safe thing to ask and consider as a very tiny bit of chance. Could he be, what's the word, exposed to Capuans while staying in there? Could he be, how to say it, breached, or maybe with more, I guess, harsh words, betray the spirit of Rome?
No, Valeronius has not been corrupted or turned.
I think that this is a great opportunity for us, teammates. What do you think? I think it sounds fair that if we can arrange a safe and hidden passage to Capua and leave the city, we might bring the fire to Agatha herself, rather than waiting her to come at us with the fire.
Well, ultimately, at some point, she must be dealt with. It would be better to deal with her on our terms than wait to deal with her on hers.
The downside of having a venture outside Rome means that we're leaving our resources without our supervision. And with the blood hunt continuously going on and various plots of betrayal, we might find ourselves targeted not only by Agatha.
That is true, but, well, when we leave Rome ourselves as a coterie, there will be an increase of chances that someone might try to take what is ours, but I fully trust in the capabilities of our patron and protecting our resources, at least the most important parts of it. And we can certainly arrange even more means to protect what is ours before leaving the city, which might cost us something, but in the long term, I think owing favors is not such a bad deal.
Well, the offer is very interesting, especially that considering that Capua is a major player in the rebellion. Who knows? Maybe we'll learn a few things outside of just Agatha and her involvement in it. Perhaps there are some deeper connections in the city.
Patron, do you have a contact who might know a Nosferatu in Kappa who might be willing to work with us?
Valeronius would be the man to answer that. I'm sure the Nosferatu would be willing to work with anyone for the correct price.
When are you expected to depart?
I don't expect you guys to depart until you're ready. That could be weeks or it could be months, but the more his possessions are damaged, the less his boons will be worth to us.
True. Also, tensions are rising, and the more we wait, chances of something drastic happening to Valeronius increases. So I prefer that if we can arrange the protection of our resources as fast as possible, then we can proceed to leave Rome and go to Capua, hopefully without alerting our enemies of our departure.
Indeed. If we are going to take this on, we'll need to expedite this as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Which is a problem because we still have some matters to attend to.
Agatha is a big problem, and the civil war will be even bigger problem. I think that if, considering that we right now have an opportunity to cut the head of the snake while it is young, and also get an extra benefit, that is Valeronius owing us major boons, I think this is a good opportunity that we can take, even if it means that we won't be able to take care of some other issues we would like to take care of.
It's true. However, it essentially means that we're disappearing for what's the minimum time frame? A year, 2 years, more of that. The longer we invest in this, the lesser the chance to deal with some other contracts we've taken.
Well, if I understand it right, considering the way this boon, this favor is stated, as long as we secure a way to protect his assets, we won't need to stay personally in Capua. We just need to make sure that it is protected. If we can build a certain threshold of defense in Capua ourselves and make sure that that defense is self-dependent loop per se, then we can leave Capua and return to Rome and take care of other stuff. However, if we fail to do that, yes, we might need to stay in Capua for maybe more than 1 year, which might be a problem or will be a problem. Yeah, we can also try to eliminate the person trying to target his assets.
Yes, that was essentially that was Labiena's main argument in this. Ultimately, she understands that Agatha is going to be a constant thorn in our side, and this might be the best opportunity to set something up in order to perhaps take her out as quickly as possible so that she no longer bothers Valeronius and at the same time no longer bother us.
I like this idea.
This, in other words, this might be something we have to do. We might not have a choice in the matter, in the end.
Yeah, you're right. I like this. It basically means that we have to move fast and without giving her time to breathe, basically forcing her to come back to Capua. And if we fail at this very fast strike, we can just dig our trenches and come back to Rome to deal with other matters as we reinforce uh, his assets remotely. Then we can divert some time to other projects while we assist in securing his assets, while we and then we can come back after Agata after a while. But that's probably thinking too much ahead, just realizing that there are so many options. And I agree now that it is probably best to prepare as quickly as possible and depart as quickly as possible.
Agreed.
Yes, I think that we should find, and please, patron, feel free to tell us if you know any such person. I think what we should do is find a kindred or a human or some other contact that can arrange a, how to say it, an stealthy extraction from Rome and passage to Capua.
Safe passage. Yeah.
Well, safe and hidden, essentially. Because if Agatha knows that we leave Rome, or I should say, the earlier she knows that we leave Rome, the higher are the chances she might stop us from doing what we want to do.
Well, why don't you guys talk to Valeronius, see if he would be willing to arrange an introduction to some of his clanmates in Capua, and I will speak with some people about getting you safe transport, safe and secured from here to Capua.
Is that reasonable?
That sounds good.
Okay, it is decided then.
All right, guys, let's take a short break. Let's come back in 15 minutes at the top of the hour, and we'll continue from there. All right, so we're back. So you guys wanted to wrap up a little bit of personal business first. Labiana, yours is going to take quite a bit of time. You need to find some people to work your business, maybe get yourself a ghoul.
Yeah.
So that's going to take quite a bit of time.
She might be willing. Well, I was gonna say for something like this, she might be willing to delay some of this.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
anytime you're establishing a business, it's going to take many weeks of effort.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nicodemus isn't back yet, so we'll skip him for a second. Albina, you wanted to finish off this letter business before moving on to helping out with Valeronius. So fast forward a couple of nights. You head back to the forger to pick up your letter and such. And he has the packages all ready to be picked up. It's he has it open and ready for you to inspect, and he has the seal for you to stamp it, seal it, and take possession of it.
She looks at it, she inspects it. Does it look good when she compares it to the real note?
Let me make a quick roll and find out how good of a job he did. He did a pretty damn passable job. To your non-expert legal eye, it looks great.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she's going to pay him, and then she's going to mind wipe the entire thing. Then she's going to mind wipe the masquerade breaking stuff from his mind.
All right. Well, the only masquerade breaking stuff is the contents of the letter. So
Yes.
if you want to simply change his memory of what he put in, would probably be the best thing rather than completely eliminating his memory of it totally.
She's just going to make have him think that perhaps a fake love letter or something like that he wrote.
Perfect. Your dominate roll is going to be forgetful mind. Roll wits plus subterfuge at difficulty 3. All right. 3 successes. And he gets an auto resist roll. All right. So you go to modify his memory that you attempt to make him forget that he has a what he wrote in and that it was a love letter instead. Give me a wits and subterfuge roll. It's going to be versus his.
Standard difficulty of 6, I presume.
Yes, it's completely contested.
So 2.
All right. You don't think it fully took. It worked a little bit, you think, but you might want to reinforce it with another application.
She's going to try again then in that case. So just do the same roll as before, or
Wits and subterfuge.
Increase the difficulty by 1, or it's the same?
It's the same, but you really need 4 successes now. Because you're not just changing the letter, you're changing his memory of this entire scene of you changing his memory and everything else.
That went quite well.
All right. Yep. And now one more time, give me a the same contested roll. All right. You think it took this time? In fact, he seems to be having a little bit of trouble remembering tonight.
She's going to depart.
So yeah, not a perfect application, but you think it worked well enough that you don't have any concerns.
You're going to take the letter to Ihamus and to Larkia.
All right, so you head over that way. Give me a give me a D100 roll, please. Awesome, you are unmolested tonight. You head in and you talk with them, and they don't want anything to do with that. They're like, you need to get that into the last part of the bargain. You got to get it into the hands of somebody else, somebody unaffiliated with us, or if you're smart, unaffiliated with yourself. to get that into the hands of Ainana or your sire. Yeah, they won't even touch it. They're not. They won't even put. They won't even. They're not taking possession of it. They're not touching it. Yeah, yeah. They know about Auspex.
Would you like to inspect the content list? See
No.
if it is
We'll know by the results.
understood. I will get it to the hands of someone else in that case. Then she departs. Mm. The best place to get it would be the hands of someone relatively young. So I think perhaps try to get it into the hands of perhaps Papa Roach might be a good idea.
Okay. How are you going to explain this to him?
Actually, perhaps that she could just outright have leave it to her sire. Her sire knows of her subterfuge, knows that's what she's doing. Yeah, she's going to take it directly to her sire.
Okay. Your sire is happy. She will plant the letter and make sure it's found. But she has a price for this. She says that there is going to come a time soon when she calls on you and your coterie, and it's going to be to do something that you may not fully understand, and you may disagree with. But you have to convince them to help.
Would you like for me to do? If I know, be able to start laying the groundwork.
I can't really tell you, because if I tell you, the walls have ears.
I understand. Very well then. I believe this is everything.
That is everything. Your boon, you have now done everything you could. You have done the letter, you have done everything else. They have agreed that you have successfully paid your boon. Let's see, Albana owing Larthia. Let me just mark that off. There it is. Paid. Okay.
Decius would like to meet with the coterie before actually probably night after meeting with the patron, or maybe even the same night after we meet the patron.
Okay.
He's pretty much going to tell them that he's going to stay. I decided that, considering the situation that we might be leaving Rome for a prolonged time, it really depends on circumstances. And while I fully trust that our patron will be able to protect our resources, that does not mean we should not try our own means to further protect it. As you might know, that I've already begun recruiting several kindred assets and be a patron to them. A client of mine, his name Carmon, a Gangriel from the north of Italy. I decided that I will temporarily lend him to you to go to Capua while I stay in Rome and protect our assets and take care of businesses that we might have to pay attention while you are away from the city. Of course, leaving Rome is not the best thing for me personally due to the clan reasons, as you might have suspect. I will be more comfortable and even more helpful staying in Rome rather than coming with you to Capua. Carmon is a young neonate. He is much younger than any of you, any of us, but he is certainly a strong Gangriel who has the fighting capabilities. I believe that his survival skills might be useful to you as well, depending on how unlucky things goes on your way to Capua or on your way to Rome, back to Rome. I assume that your silence means you accept this without much contradictory opinions.
Well, of course, we understand your predicament, and we do appreciate any assistance that you're able to offer, even if it is in the form of one of your own clients.
I sadly did not have the opportunity to test the skills of Carmon yet, but but I trust that Carmon will be more than helpful on his proficiencies, and they are certainly things that we overall lack in this country. So he should be a nice muscle and information, a source of information and safety in the wild. Meanwhile, as I say, I will stay in Rome and take care of our country's assets. If you prefer, if you trust me enough, I can also protect your assets. But if you choose to not do that, well, I understand it. But I also won't be able to protect them from a sudden attack as well. If you choose to, well, not trust me enough.
Well, me personally, most of my assets, as we all well know, are mostly confined within the group haven. So, safeguards will be put in place to keep the cult itself running. I cannot speak for everyone else, of course. I will say, however, that while we're away, if we do happen to need, we will send word if we happen to need anything on your end that you may be able to do whilst you're still here.
Of course, we are a coterie. That's why we are here in the first place. If you need my help, feel free to send a message of any kind. And once I get it on my hands, I will do my best to help you. And surely I will be in contact with our patron. Meanwhile, you are in Capua to further help us.
Indeed.
What about you, Albin and Nicodemus? What is your opinions?
If you decide to work alongside my child in managing our combined assets very well, I will shall give you whatever information required to do so.
You don't really need to consider it as managing. It's more protection of your assets from outsiders trying to steal it while you're away. So I'm not necessarily going to grow it in size. I will just make sure that it is not stolen from you.
Yes. That is one of the ideas of management. So yes.
Yes, a specific part of it.
Well, I don't know if Vorbel's trying to say anything. If you are, your mic is muted.
That could explain a thing or two. I was going to say that likewise, if you can extend the protection towards the collegia, and should the situation become more volatile, I'll tell Gregorius to get in contact with you.
Of course. Rest assured, I will do my best while you are away, so that once you are back to Rome, things will be as if nothing has changed. Of course, a part of it also relies on how much you trust me. After all, I cannot do much work if my hands are tied behind.
Of course.
Well, I will also contact with our patron and tell him that I will be staying here, but instead my client will be departing with you, so that the preparations of our safe departure does not become a problem due to this unexpected change. I will also I'm also going to explain the rest of the situation to him as well. And I will send my client tomorrow to the Coterie Haven so that you can meet with him and have a taste of what kind of a kindred he is. Note, please keep in mind that, as I said, he is much younger than you, so he might be he might remind you maybe some of your older memories.
I do my best not to kill him.
We've had some dealings with Gangrel. I believe we can adjust or allow him to adjust and perform efficiently.
I'm sure we'll be able to deal with the neonate. But of course, we will do so bearing in mind that he is an asset of yours.
Yes, of course. It will be much preferable if he returned with you to Rome, but it is also a test of prowess for him. So I would understand if he fails. That only means that I did not choose the right kindred.
In any case, we shall see what happens.
All right. Nicodemus, do you have anything you wanted to do before you guys as a group go talk to the Nosferatu and try to figure out how you're going to get out of Capua, or out of Rome into Capua?
How long is that going to take?
Probably a
For
couple of
them?
days to arrange to meet with Valeronius.
Aside from making arrangements with Gregorius to facilitate Nicodemus's absence, I reckon he'd like to visit Vivlia to
Excellent.
get at least some taste of the agreed boon. Maybe it will come in handy.
Yeah, sure.
So we'll send a message that we'd like to meet him, and if there is no obstacle, Nicodemus would make his way to the observatory.
Okay, yeah, there's no obstacle. Like you to give me a D100 roll, please, to get out of Rome. Once you're out in the countryside, you're pretty much unmolested because you're not going across the Tiber. You're actually headed north. Oh, not good. All right. You are headed out. I think you guys. You guys had hired some nightly help, correct? I think we talked about that tonight.
I would
Right. So
presume
you've got a couple of people with you, and you've experienced this before. Only this time they're not intimidated off. They hand out You are on the main road headed out towards the gate, and a couple of stones come out of the darkness and bounce off your guys' clothing. You have a choice: make a run for it and try to avoid the trouble, or handle it.
Do we know how many people are there?
Just from a quick look, you think probably 5 or 6.
And us is how many?
4.
4.
4.
You and 3 others.
Yeah, I kinda. Fuck it. Let's run. It may turn sour, but
I'll be in
let's
it.
make a run for it. I tell him to. Yeah, basically that. I tell him to run for it, and if we get separated, we'll rendezvous at. And I'm sure we know a spot.
All right. Give me a Dex and Athletics roll. This is going to be a single contested roll.
Dex and athletics.
All of us?
No, just Nicodemus is the only one headed out to see Vivlia, all right?
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, I got you.
Ah, you can't quite shake him. Roll again. Yeah, this time you did. You take off. Your group takes off running down the road. It's naturally crowded. It is nighttime. There's a bunch of wagons, carts, and such. You are dodging around the side, this and that. You juke left, you juke right, jump over a couple of puddles. Somebody's trying to back one of these carts out on the road, and you do the move where you slide underneath it real quick on the mud and the muck, and you pop up on the other side, and the other person tries to slide, doesn't quite make it, and bounces off the side of the wagon. You actually hear the thump, boof, and tumbles ass over tea kettle backwards, and his companions all stop, and you hear him jeering and yelling, but you're in the clear.
Have all of us made it?
Yes.
Excellent. A couple of side glances and probably a while after some nervous look around behind shoulders, and once sure that we're all in clear and we're not followed, resume our track.
All right. So you head out into the countryside. So it's pretty quiet out here. You follow the signposts. Eventually, since you've been out here before, you make your way out. There is signs of new stacks of lumber and such at the observatory. So the meeting that you arranged for him has seems to have gone well. Right. It's a easy palisade. Of course, you knock on the door. It's a. It's not really combat oriented gate. It's here to keep out the stupid and the lazy. So it's basically unlocked. You guys stroll in, and you head up to the top of the hill where he is. Again, has his astrolabe and such, and he has a small campfire going. So you head on up and you see him.
Good evening. It is good to see you. All on living and well. I hope the recent nights are not delivering you any trouble.
Yeah, when you say good evening, he actually whips around like, holy shit! I didn't hear you coming. He's like, oh, you startled me there.
You
Yes,
startled?
Things have been quite good.
That's impossible. Does he seem like he has enough guards?
Oh no, he has no
protect them?
guards. There's no guards here.
And any kind of servants, ghouls?
There's a small compound of people. But like guardians, there's no guardians.
I sure hope no one ever comes to bother you. You have the luxury of being outside Rome, but Rome these days is pretty rough. So perhaps you might consider hiring some guards.
Oh well, my my new patron has generously provided me with some money for the new gate, and yeah, he's provided with some money for the new gate, and that's under construction, as you can see, and the I've got a couple of new crew, still getting used to the nighttime hours, so. If somebody's coming out here looking for trouble, it's not like I have a lot to rob. I just got some brass.
There's always enough chance that they'll be hugely disappointed and put this all to torch out of spite. They say Roman spite is legendary.
Well, that is true, but at the moment I'm not too terribly worried about it. I do appreciate your concern, though. So, what brings you out here?
I'm due to depart out of Rome in several days, nights, and I was wondering if you can introduce me to some of the basics of the road of the method we've been talking about.
Oh, yes, of course. Why don't take your men can go inside and they can warm up and start talking.
Oh, very much, please.
So when how do I start here? I've never tried to explain this to anyone. Let me think. When you look in the fire, what do you feel?
Um, Contradiction. It obviously depends, but I assume you mean the close contact, the direct exposure.
Right. If do you ever feel the urge to stick your hand in it?
Yes, this stems from the contradiction in which fire is both a blessing and a curse, and I want to experience the blessing.
Do you think it's a blessing to burn your hand off?
No, but it's a it's a it's a blessing in the sense that fire provides, and we are cursed to reject it irrationally.
Well, that's why I asked. Fire um, evokes fear. Out of fear, you can make a rash decision. So let's pretend for a moment that um, somebody has taken Gregorius and had bound him to a stake in the middle of a fire, and you could save him by jumping in the fire. Rationally, why would you do so, or why would you leave him?
I expect that there will be nothing rational about my conduct in there because I would not wish to see him harmed. And rationally, I suppose it would be a long-standing decision to save a potential ally, but there is nothing rational in burning your hand. Perhaps more rational would be to overcome this and seek another solution.
There, see, that's already you're grasping the basics. When you encounter a situation, one where strong emotions are involved, fear, um, dare I say, love, for one such as us, they can lead to behavior that is not predictable. That is, well, that is not in our best interest. If I took a gold piece and threw it in the middle of the fire, it's just a gold piece. Wouldn't you just let it sit? But there are those
Um,
who are greedy and might feel that there's no way they would ever let a gold piece go away from them, and they would do anything to save it, right?
that's correct. It doesn't necessarily need to be greed, but there are other dependencies, but obviously I get the picture.
Right. So you recognize that emotions can lead to poor decisions. Um, it may be if you had a loved one who was about to die, it very well might be the right decision to jump in and try to save them. For many reasons. Perhaps your loved one is the only way for you to live. That would be a rational reason for you to risk your life. Perhaps your loved one has some sort of hold over you. That would be a rational reason. But to jump in literally only and solely because you love them, that's making a decision based only on your emotion. And that could possibly lead to your death.
How does one detach oneself from the overpowering emotion and find time to rationalize, to quickly analyze possibilities and find reason in the course of action?
Well,
Because the examples you've given, and I'm sure you've given them on purpose, are extremely volatile and are packed with indecisiveness and they have a time component which is very limited.
well, I told you I had a similar setup in Carthage, and I had to make a decision. I could have chosen to stay in Carthage and maintain my observatory, which, to be honest, I loved. My observatory to me was everything. I spent a literal century setting it up, making it perfect. There were mathematical calculations there that I may never be able to reproduce. I had research there that is probably lost forever. When I say to you that I sacrificed my loved one, I am not exaggerating. But I had to make a choice. To stay with my beloved observatory and sacrifice what made me me. Or sacrifice my observatory and maintain myself.
How much time did you have to make this decision?
Not enough. I needed much more time. Much more. If I'd had more time, I could have saved it. I could have saved my research. I could have transcribed much of my calculations. I could have taken rubbings of the walls where I had carved these solar calculations. But I had no time. I had approximately 2 nights. It was just enough time to arrange for me to get out. And as you know, even then, I still had to pretend. I still had to act as if I was loyal to Carthage. You remember Locry, do you not?
Yeah.
So, it was heartrending. But I had to make the rational choice. And that was to sacrifice these things that had the possibility of being recreated, or allow a possession or a person to determine my fate. So the first step is to recognize that such things are valuable in keeping you grounded, but they should never determine your fate. And then you apply that to as you become more aware of how emotions affect you. Love, hate, fear, envy. You can then apply this to other decisions, such as should I support Capua? Should I support Rome? Should I do something else? Should I should I allow somebody to join our coterie who has not earned my trust? Should I treat a new patient?
I hear you. I understand. Though it's obviously much more harder to put thought to use than to debate on it coldly. There are bound to be some techniques that can be employed to wrestle the emotion under control, and there is one huge obstacle to come out. The beast will corrupt any emotion that comes to a surface and amplify it, depending on the gravity of the effect.
That is indeed a concern. You understand that the beast is emotion personified. It is emotion given physical form, given metaphysical form. As much as I have tried to bury my fear, my anger, not just bury, but excise them, to prune them as one prunes a tree, there is always a nub that remains. And it is the very worst of the worst emotions. I look at this fire, and sometimes, yes, the urge to... there is an urge for me to step inside of it and allow the flames to lick at my body, consume my essence, send me on to my eternal reward. But rationally, I know that's wrong. If I were to even attempt it, and I feel the fear welling up within me, I have to understand there should be a reason that I'm stepping into these flames, and I cannot allow that fear to stop me from doing it. Or alternatively, say that one of your warrior brethren appeared with you tonight and pulled forth a blade, and it blazed with fire, and I had a choice between facing the fire and wrath of your cousin and stepping into the flame behind me. If I allowed fear to rule me, I might make the wrong decision. I might attack. My internal fear might say to me, I maybe might survive. It's a small chance, but I might survive in a fight. I might be able to run away against your warrior cousin. But if I stepped into a bonfire, there's no way I would survive. However, rationally, I might be able to say, if I run through the bonfire, they might think I died. It's possible I might survive that. But I know if I go face to face against the warrior Salubri, he's going to cut my head off in one stroke. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Weigh the options. Consider the chances. Pick lesser evil.
It's not so much picking lesser evil as it is understanding that while those few emotions that will always remain within you, as much as you try to prune them, cut them, get rid of them, so that you always choose the best course of action, that Yeah, you have to always understand that making any decision based solely on the emotion that it evokes within you is almost always the wrong thing to do. And that must become your core. The technique of every decision that you make. First, you recognize that you are making a decision based on an emotion. And the next step beyond that is to excise those emotions.
Excise.
It's not wrong to have emotions, but to allow yourself to feel them will only drag you down. The memory, if you cast your mind back to the memory of a wife or a child or a brother or a sister as a mortal, and you feel that surge of love and memory, what what comes to mind? Do you recall love? Do you recall feeling anger when this person died? Maybe wanting revenge against somebody who may have done harm to them? And it's not wrong to feel these emotions. It's wrong to allow them to become so strong as to overwhelm your thoughts.
They are part of us. Yes, we cannot simply discard them and pretend they don't exist. This in fact is probably what is so strifeful about our regular conduct. We try to suppress them, convince ourselves that they don't exist, or simply if we teach ourselves to not feel them, they won't exist, but they do.
And that's the key. The thing that you have to remember is, especially when dealing with our inner monster, we still feel emotion. To a greater or lesser degree, each of us feels. But the more you have control over what you are feeling, the more you can stop it from controlling your life. The more I can choose when I feel love or hate, greed, or altruism, or generosity. When I can choose to allow these emotions to come out, that is when they no longer rule me. I rule them.
Is it not what you're saying that the way to resolve it is diversion? When a crucial moment approaches and one does not wish to be embraced or succumb to emotion, one simply steel their mind to postpone the effects of this surge of emotion and deal with it on another time on better terms.
That's for the new and the uninitiated, yes. That is one way to look at it. When you become more experienced and you realize that emotions are, in the heat of the moment, emotions become weakness. In private, when you are learning to control and express this, that is the time to deal with powerful emotions. Feeling and failing to deal with strong, powerful emotions is what is going to drag you down into oblivion. It will entice you and tempt you, and you are going to want to listen to your fellow Bruja, and you are going to want to let the passion drive you, and the feelings of fire, that passion within, that Bruja and the bull dancers always talk about. They feel that it brings them life, but it doesn't bring them life. It drives them into destruction. How many Bruja? How many did you see? In Carthage, the founder allowed anger and fear and jealousy and greed to drive her into the arms of Moloch.
Not only this, but they infected. They inspired other Bruja to do the same, to surrender themselves to their passion that was driven from the initial enlightenment, coerced them to follow the now lost, corrupted cause.
And go ask. I know Gail Leonis is here somewhere in Rome. Go talk to her about it. Ask her what she feels. Ask her why she stayed as long as she stayed. Watch the rage well up inside of her. Watch the passion that they try to speak so highly of. It's wrong. They feel that it connects them to life, and all it is doing is making their ability to understand the world decay. It is making their spirit a trophy. They become addicted to emotion. They've become addicted to trying to feel like they're still alive. Do you know those who they're tempted by, they think they can recreate sex, or they think they can recreate having a family? It's because they're trying to recapture those emotions, and they can't. And all it's doing is driving them to try more and more and more extreme things to recapture those feelings. Haven't you seen that?
Many say that the Toreador continued this by embracing all that is mortal. That each what they do is a form of trying of recreation of of family, coitus, or whatever other earthly things. Except they just prolong it past this initial stage of disappointment. Which is interesting because embracing arts may be one outlet, one controlled outlet for emotion that would otherwise be destructive.
You're right. Such things feel good. They feel like they're bringing you back to the source, almost like your heart beats again. They don't understand that our hearts will never beat again. Every breath I take is because I will myself to take it. Not because I want to feel the air in my lungs, not because I have to, it's because I want to. It's unfortunate that they have allowed themselves to be deluded like this. But also, You know, I'm not exactly out there preaching this because you have to want. It's not easy to see the truth and understand, come to learn that you can cut off this side of your spirit. What's the saying? You must cut away the sick so that the rest may live.
Cutting implies that you abandon part of yourself, whereas we're speaking about control, about choosing the ground and dictating the terms.
And so we are. We, as I've said, we prune those portions of ourselves which no longer serve a purpose except to poison us. You prune off diseased leaves from plants, right? You prune that which would harm the whole in order to save it. And if a plant could feel emotion, I'm sure it would be angry every time you pluck a fruit or trim a branch. But would it understand that you're doing it to make it stronger and healthier, to allow it to survive?
Yes, I see. I see the point. Obviously, not in the way that that would make me realize what plants feel. There are those gangrel who claim that they really do. But yes, this is an acute analogy. We need to curb this part of ourselves who want to be immersed, because that's the easy way. You just succumb to it, and then you blame it upon the beast. An apologetic way of taking responsibility.
And that's the heart of it, is we are each now responsible for ourselves. We must control ourselves. We must never forget that we are no longer human. We no longer have the same needs and urges. So unfortunately, far too many of our kind can never come to terms with that.
We live internally. That's enough to warp any mind, to twist any desire and change any perception of life, of existence. Even even below our emotional understanding.
You speak truly. So many of us can never truly come to terms with what we are. It's certainly not easy.
That is perhaps that even though there are those among us who have existed for millennia, and yet we still do not know every secret of our existence, or do not fully understand the various intricacies and the mysteries of our blood. Each clan is different, each discipline is different, and perhaps this is one of the big points of contention. What could wonder what is our purpose in the scheme of the world?
You have hit on one of the mysteries that drives several members of my family. Of my tribe, as it were.
Be it that we might one day find enlightenment, or at least leave a legacy of trying to do so.
Many of us wish for nothing less. It would be a fantastic find for us to find the true purpose, why we're here, why so many of us were created.
And why are we doomed to constantly squabble among each other and employ all of those unnecessarily complex schemes just to play on someone's nerves? Some of those plots which involve numerous resources and numerous lives are just to play a trick on another. What is this for?
Yes, why? Why do so many do so much to each other for so little? Me, I study what's truly eternal, the heavens.
Well, I hope you'll find you'll find mysteries there. It is true that the skies are eternal, and the human life is perhaps less so. But even though it remains a constant part of us and the life force of the world. So I guess to each their own. Each puts its own piece.
Yes. You study the body. I study the heavens. Each of us finds something to occupy us. A mystery. And I think now I should leave you to contemplate what we've discussed. And if you'd like to know more, perhaps you could return later and we will continue our discussion.
Without a doubt. This knowledge seems like it's best delivered in small package, followed by extensive meditation and consideration. And perhaps some field practice, although let me assure you, I have no intentions of playing with fire.
Well, I know you've seen several coterie members choose to walk a path of enlightenment, and you're aware of how difficult it is to excise yourself of the lingering humanity. It's not a path to tread lightly. It's something I'm sure you were well aware.
I'd say more. Some paths of enlightenment are simply misguided. I simply do not agree with some of the courses that are being taken because they often trade one master for another.
How true that is, I've seen that myself as well.
But I'm no expert on paths of enlightenment. It's just that it's easy to point the blame on one side, while remaining completely outside of it. Most of those are learned by heart and not by mind, and so it's difficult to categorize them.
I have not made a huge study of the paths, especially the more esoteric ones, such as the Zamisi practice. I'm more well aware of one such as your Camillus or your Scions. I am a little more familiar with those.
I have resided with a group of Zimitsi who are all practitioners of their metamorphosis path, and while indeed it is very alien and bizarre, I was amazed by the findings of some of it. Obviously, I was never induced into the path, but I could, from the sheer experience of interacting with them, I could see some interesting patterns. And there were lessons learned from this. Some of them helped me cope with some of the problems I was experiencing. So, as much as strange and perhaps heretical it could be, it seems that it's not that all wisdom is lost entirely, even in the most strange ones. It's like each of it has the little piece of truth in it. And if only there could be one that could extract all the necessary components from them and forge it into a universal way for us. But that won't happen anytime soon because we are all so much different.
Well, I bid you goodbye and good luck, and hope to see you soon.
Myself as well. Stay safe and fruitful findings.
All right. And I believe you guys are headed to the Nosferatu next. Is that correct?
Indeed.
Awesome. All right. Redolinius is actually meets you at the Camillus' bathhouse. It seems to be a decent place to meet, and it doesn't require anybody to get terribly nasty. Plus, he enjoys making people uncomfortable at times. So, you guys head in there. He's dressed in his normal rags, covering up the worst of his deformities. He is not floating in the nice heated pools, though. He's simply seated in one of the small guest areas, enjoying the music that is being played. You can hear it echoing down the hallway. When you are brought in, you come in at the agreed upon meeting place, and he's gets up, his little diminutive little form, deceptively small. He says, "Oh, you made it, you made it. Come in, sit down. Take advantage of Prince Camillus' Princeps' the first citizen's hospitality."
Imagine you all head inside.
Yeah, so he's sitting on a stool with his back against the wall. Um, he's has a couple of rocks in his hand that he's kind of like juggling back and forth just to keep his hands busy. So what can we do for you tonight? What brings you to my attention?
You understand that we are going to be leaving for the city of Capua in not in the near future. Wish to make preparations and know if there's anyone there that we could have as a contact.
Let's see. Let's see. I have a cousin who lives down there. Not terribly fond of the current regime, as it were. Um, Probably be willing to help you guys out for the appropriate price. Who did you guys say you were working for? Going down there for?
We are working on behalf of our patron.
So your patron would be willing to pay the price then to have our help.
Alongside, what's the name of the guy?
Valeronius.
Yes, alongside Valeronius, perhaps. He's the one that has the business there that we'll be protecting.
Ah, so you're doing some favors for Valeronius then. I see. Well, I think you should make sure to tell Valeronius that he is going to owe us a favor in order for the helping you.
What boons shall we tell him that he will be owing to you?
He will owe me a major boon, and in return, I will make doubly sure that my cousin down there is willing to help you.
We will inform Valeronius of your assistance and of the price it requires.
Yes, Redolinius leans forward. He gets a real predatory smile on his face. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I'm so glad we could do business. So, let's lay out exactly what you need from me. You need transportation and what else? And my cousin's name. Is that it?
I believe Alexander said that he would arrange the transportation.
Yes, I can arrange transportation. Yes, necromancer. Rotted corpse lady. You were going to say something.
I know. I was going to say, indeed, we just need to begin the arrangements to make contact with your Capoan clanmate. Whilst during our stay in Capua.
Well, yes, because as I said, I can provide that. It's a easy enough. I can get you out of Rome undetected, unmolested. Yeah, we can, as I say, get you down there. What else? And anything else?
Not really. Our patron will take care of the other issue. We will, of course, learn if he finds a way. or if he doesn't. And if he does not, we promise that we will consider coming to you for a safe passage, unknown to others.
Yes. Discreet, as it were.
Oh, well, I'm sure he's going to come talk to me, so in any case, I'll make sure to arrange it. Yes, my cousin down there, he's pretty easy to work with. I don't think he's going to have any problem with you guys. As long as you don't give him any problems.
We definitely do not have intentions to cause problem for your kin, or most of the couple, for that matter.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that your presence down there is going to be a big problem.
Well, there's always something that is a problem for someone else. We can't really stop that.
So you guys are going to help him out with his little loot eye issue, are you? Is that as I take it that's what you're doing?
Little bit of that, little bit of some other stuff. You can probably anticipate the situation Valeronius is under. It's not really hard to make conclusion about what our intentions will be in Capua.
All right. Well, so the deal is, Valeronius is going to owe me a major boon as part of helping you guys out. In addition to his, I will provide you with a name, and I will arrange alternative transportation. Is there any other portion of the deal? Anything we're missing?
No, it is pretty accurate.
All right. Well, when you get to Capua, head out into the marshes that surround the stadium. There is a small settlement built around it. It's packed up pretty tight. On the north end of the settlement, there's a small stack of rocks. They like to call it a tower. I want you to take a bundle of arrows, dip it in red paint, and stick it under a loose stone at the bottom of this pile. Okay? You got that?
Got it.
All right. That will be a signal to my cousin Arundo that I have sent you. And that you have my permission to contact him.
Wonderful. It was a pleasure to make business with you.
Thank you so much for your assistance.
Good, good. Happy hunting.
Did someone dropped?
The song bot dropped.
Ah, yep. We lost the music bot again.
Okay, well, have a wonderful night.
Yes, we will leave you to... We will let you get back to whatever it was you were doing before we dropped by.
Oh, I was Canite watching. I'm gonna go back to doing that.
K-Night matching?
Yeah, watching the other Canites. It's kind of my hobby.
Is it fun?
Well, it can be, especially when they don't know that you're looking. They say and do all kinds of crazy things.
Indeed.
She smirked softly at that.
Do you might know newcomers to the city? Considering your hobby.
I know a few. Why?
I might try to contact with you on that matter some nights or weeks later. I just wanted to, well, while I have the opportunity, I just wanted to ask.
Okay. Well, I keep my ear to the ground, so, and in the sewers, you know, I keep it so far to the ground it's underground. That was a joke. You're allowed to laugh.
Not really.
Laviana pretty much stands there looking emotionless as usual.
All right, you young little scamps, get on out of here. You got business to go do.
Well, thanks again.
Okay,
I
I think
imagine
that's
I'll-
about... Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I just going to say that I imagine we all head out.
Yeah, I think that's all the preparations we had done. I don't think there's anything else.
Yeah, I'm pretty much good. I don't know about everyone else.
I think between the childs of Albina and Nicodemus, they will be fine. So I think I will pay more of my focus at the Kotri cult and a little bit of resource Labiana has, so she doesn't lost it as well.
Yeah.
All right,
Also,
so
besides making the usual.
what are you guys taking with you? What and who are you taking with you? I guess is a good question to ask.
Well, my Gangreal client is going with them.
I think Labianus is going to take her usual luggage, I guess. She's got no one to take with her, so her usual weapons, the ritual particulars, etc., etc. Clothes.
Yeah, you do got to kind of keep it a little bit light, so yourself and like travel baggage for one person.
Exactly.
So yeah, you can't bring everything.
How does it look in terms of who can we take with us? Is there enough space to like take some servants?
He's arranged
We're potentially going to a hostile territory, so someone needs to watch our backs.
he's arranged a transport that's basically you guys are going to be transported as cargo on an overland route.
I mean, we'll probably be at where would we be lodged? Probably at Valeronius. Assets to guard them.
Well, if you guys are going, if you're going to Capua,
we know
you
that
can stay.
There's several farms outside the city walls. I think it's Rome. You mean this outside the city walls, right? Not Capua.
He has
Or
farms
is it-
that stretch.
No, I was referring to the target destination. Where do we plan to spend days in?
Oh, that's actually a smart idea. I mean, considering that you can probably tell Valeronius to arrange a place for you to stay, considering that it works in his behest to do that. Otherwise, you might actually need to contact. Well, the Nosferatu might help you. I mean, the whole idea with the Nosferatu in the Capo is that he is an insider intel for us. So you can always ask him if he can tell us a location that might be useful to stay temporarily at daylight. Otherwise, you might ask Valeronius if he knows a kindred who you can offer a boon in exchange of a safe place to stay temporarily. So there are several options you can take. If everything goes worst, you might have to do your own temporary place, which might be problematic in the long run. But yeah, there are several options.
Yeah, the thing is that if we're not going to a place that is already set up, then we need some extra muscle to protect us during the day.
I think it's fair between the money you guys have. You can always hire like a 15 guy group for yourselves or something like that. Like 15 guy who will travel with you.
You're not gonna be able to afford to pay them in Capua, though.
That's the reason why I'm asking if there's actually room for this kind of retinue, considering that we want to be smuggled out of Rome.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Chris can answer that, but I have one thing I have to say about that. We don't need to be hidden in the middle of the journey. It's just when we get out from Rome, we need to be hidden so that we can delay it. Once we are actually on the road and traveling to Capua, we can be less, stealthy. Which is why I suggest that we could always arrange a meetup point down the road to Capua, where people are, temporary guards will await us. And if you do it in the right way, they won't really gather much attention because it's just going to be a group of people leaving Rome.
All right. Oh shit.
Yeah. So that's my opinion. You can always arrange people to meet up with you at a certain point down the road instead of meeting you in the city.
Yeah. On the other hand, the smaller
Test.
we
All right.
are.
All right. I don't know why, but Discord stopped registering my mic for a second. So he's arranged that you guys have a chance. You can follow the caravan all the way. He's going to put you in a caravan as cargo, and it's going all the way to Capua. So you can stay with it and be part of the cargo all the way to Capua. Or you can break free, but then you're on your own.
I think heading all the way to Kappa would be the best idea. We have no stops to do along the way, so why leave it?
Exactly.
So, how long is it from Rome to Capua with horses?
Approximately 4 days.
So it can't be
Doable.
like one night journey with horses full speed.
No. No, it's not. Even on the Appian Way, which is one of the best roads in Rome, you really don't want to be traveling at speed at night.
I think considering the Lupines, especially considering the conflicts with the Lupines past years, it's better to, if you guys stick inside the caravan, because I don't think Lupines really focus at human travelers on the road, especially when their numbers are bigger. And the caravan is like, what is it, 30, 40 people actually traveling at the same time together? They generally tend to be big.
Right. Let's be cargo. Get some men to assist the caravan personnel. We'll break. We'll stay until. We'll stay packaged until Capua.
Yeah, probably just take one, martial ghoul with you to be your, kind of safety measure at daylight, who will stick with your caravan, and it should be good to go.
Like one per each, or do you mean
No,
one guy?
just one. Probably
Wow.
Hatshepsut's ghoul.
Probably. Kinda dangerous, maybe two.
I think this is your best bet.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Let's do it.
We'll be able to ride, well, as uninterrupted as we could possibly be, all the way to Capua. Unless, of course, our human transportation is stopped at some point along the way.
Yep. All right. So, it's you guys. You're taking Hatshepsut's ghoul, which I'm sure she'll be fine with. Let's think for a second about money. I think with your amount of resources, you're going to be able to maintain a very basic haven when you get there. What would essentially be considered a one dot resource existence. So, marshy, nasty, wet haven, but a safe one. It's just going to take you some. That's going to be most of what your money's doing.
Yeah.
So unless you have a
That's
little
fair.
way to bring some extra with you, that's what you got for sleeping arrangements. You guys are honestly experienced travelers by now, so this isn't something that you're unaware of, or it's not going to take you by surprise. So
Yeah, this is not our first rodeo.
Nope.
So you're ready to depart.
all right, so you're ready to depart. You're taking everything you need. You're taking one ghoul. Any special weird stuff that we need to be aware about before you head out of here?
Not really. I mean,
I think
This will probably say some stuff to his client. He will probably give some tips about what he should do in certain circumstances, what he should not fear to do. But otherwise, nothing weird on my part.
All right. You guys make your way to the agreed upon rendezvous points. You're loaded into crates. You are shipped down there. 5 full nights later, due to speed of travel, you are uncrated. So, let's mark off 8 total blood points, please.
Cool.
That's going to account for all of the preparation time and everything else to get you shipped down there.
I'm just writing a note because I don't have the sheet.
Yes, you do. It's under you. It's under Decius clients.
It's not under my control though.
It should be.
Well, it kinda
So
isn't.
what do we know about Capua? It's not as polluted in there, right?
So
And
Capua
there's not.
is the second largest city of Rome. It was in fact in the running to be capital, or in Rome, in Italy, not in Rome. Duh. It, in fact, was very nearly the capital of the peninsula. Capua is big. It's big and it's rich. It is in fact means the city of marshes. So it's in marshy ground. The biggest structure in Capua is the amphitheater stadium that you see in front of you. It is built to the north end of the city, so the vast majority of the city stretches out to the south. There's a river that runs past it, the city itself, and it runs down to a city harbor. Kind of like Rome has Ostia, Capua's got a similar setup with another small port city. They do not speak Latin, mostly. Here, they speak a dialect of Italia.
Does lingua franca take care of that?
Yes, it does. Lingua franca. You sound like a native. I think all of you speak, have the Italian dialect as one of your spoken languages.
I do not think that I do.
I
Let me
don't.
check.
No, I don't.
I
Think
don't
so.
think any of us has noted specifically.
I'm pretty sure Nicodemus does.
Latin, Phoenician, Greek, Sicilian, and Etruscan.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sucks.
I don't
Yeah.
think so, but I was under the assumption that having lingua franca and
Having lingua franca lets you be understood pretty much wherever you go. Does not allow for fluency.
there was something else. Merits and flaws. Multilingual, literacy, lingua franca.
All right,
That's
so
about it.
Nicodemus can make himself understood here through a combination of shared words and gestures and such. So, but the rest of you guys, if you don't have lingua franca or you don't have, or you don't speak Italian, quote unquote, you're gonna have a hard time.
I wasn't saying unless we designate Nicodemus our translator.
Gesture. Well, that's gonna be a little more difficult with blending in, if it's gonna be required.
Yeah, that's gonna be your problem, is blending in.
Yeah.
It's pretty much gonna be immediately obvious that you guys don't live here, and you're not natives.
Well, on the other hand, there's plenty of merchants in Capua, right? Because it's rich.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of people who speak Latin. It's just the rank and file, the average street dweller here, doesn't really speak it.
Right. Well, another obstacle.
But government officials, the wealthy who interact with Romans all the time, yeah, those guys, they all speak Latin.
So what's the political status in kindred society with Capua? Because it was said it was rebels, so is there like a prince in there?
There is a prince of Capua. His name is Lucian. He is either a gangrel or a Lasombra. Accounts vary. Nobody's really sure which it is.
Oh, wait a minute. I've just noticed I have written down on my... Well, it says native Italian, but in brackets it's got Etrurian.
Okay, so you speak Italian with an Etrurian accent,
Okay.
which is still is much better than coming to Capua, which is at war with Rome, and speaking Latin.
It's true.
So I guess my question was, Is he still loyal to Rome?
That is unknown. What is known is that he does not like Camilla. He still feel now. You got to remember during the Second Punic War, Capua essentially tried to remain neutral and switched hands back and forth about 3 or 4 times. And Capua, if Carthage had won, Capua would have been the new capital of the Italian peninsula. It would have been the city of the peninsula, not Rome. So you got to think he's feeling pretty bitter.
Right.
But other than that, you haven't really had a lot of. You haven't had any interaction with this guy. He doesn't leave Capua. It's got to be something really big to drag him out of here, right? Like it's not like he comes to Rome all the time.
I just wonder because we probably need to make introductions, and I'm kind of curious of the reaction if we announce ourselves as, I don't know, guests of Valeronius or something.
All right, so you guys get uncrated, unpacked. You wake up and you feel that the carts are at a standstill, and it begins to rattle and shake, and you hear it and feel the as they drag it off the wagon, a thud as the crate hits the ground, and then the crowbar, pops into the lid, and you hear the creaking and groaning as the guy pops the lids off, and it's Hatshepsut's ghoul uncrating you.
Awesome. Calling out, surveying the surroundings. Are we in the city per se?
You are
All right.
in the slums
Probably.
to the north of the city.
Labiana will slowly climb out. Take a bit of a look around, briefly. Get her bearings.
Right, so you're in like a merchant's area. There's a couple of wagons. There's like a tent wall around you guys. This is obviously intended to be a temporary staging area. This is not something. This is not a place where you can stay for any length of time.
Crawl out and be gone.
As Albina gets out and she looks around at the scenery, she looks over to the rest of the coterie. We should find a place to make a haven. The best way to do that, I believe, would be by meeting that cousin that we heard about. He likely will know any spot that would be available for us. Might also be wise to present ourselves to the prince.
I agree. Let's deal with the accommodations first, and then to the prince.
Indeed.
All right. As long as you guys keep to yourselves, you're pretty much unmolested in Capua. It's actually pretty calm here. You notice it actually, the sights and sounds, it's not as nice here in this area as it probably is in the center of Capua, where all the rich live and all that. Like I said, this is a kind of a slum. The ground is kind of wet and marshy. The stadium itself sits on pretty solid ground. But everywhere around you, there's a couple of roads that lead into the area. There's people sleeping on the ground. It looks kind of like a tent city. The structures are ramshackle, kind of like the Trastevere region of Rome. So, you guys make your way to the. It's decently easy to find the decrepit-looking tower, as Valeronius described it. And do you remember what he asked you to put down?
Crud.
Has us to put down stone.
Not quite.
He told you a bunch of stuff. I didn't write it down because this isn't here.
I'm just going to assume we remembered it and brought what we needed to do that.
I don't think this is a case of that. I think this was especially a case of take a note of it out of character.
Yeah. Oh man. God, if somebody could have blurted that out to me, I was going to give you an experience point for remembering.
Oh well.
Oh well.
But
I chose to not meta, so I did
All
not
right.
write it.
it's put something underneath the stone.
It was. He asked you to take a small bundle of arrows with some red
And-
paint
And put them beneath
and
the
put them
stone.
beneath the stones.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
After a couple of hours of you guys sitting out there, just kind of waiting, you see the stone moves, but it doesn't look like anybody moved it. It moves, then it shifts and jostles again, and then a average-looking Capuan appears from behind the tower, quote unquote, and looks around and spots you guys and makes his way over to you. He's holding a bundle in his hand, and it looks just like the bundle you put under the stones.
Also, out of character, what was his name?
Arundo.
Arundo?
Yeah, he's very tall, thin. His face is an average-looking face. You guys have seen Mask of a Thousand Faces. This is obviously the average, quote-unquote, look.
Ah, yeah.
Hey, at least
So, like, if a
Nicodemus
Nosferatu
can
were
do
to
it
roll
now.
one success.
Right.
Two successes?
Well, he's an
One
Nosferatu, so it's
success.
more than that. But
3.
it just, you look at him and it's just like, oh, that's kind of generic. That could be anybody.
I believe it is anybody.
Yeah.
Should we approach? Imagine we approach him.
Right, so he approaches you guys and kind of waves at you and says, ho the crowd, in Italian, Capuan accented Italian.
You speak. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Labiana was just gonna go, oh god, I've already forgotten his name, but... You must be... him, I assume?
You can call him Arrow, because Arundo is literally the translation of arrow.
That's easy to remember. Arrow, I presume?
Oh, yes, I got your message. I assume you guys are the ones who left it?
That is correct. Yes.
Yes.
He looks. He's like, oh, and he says to you guys in Latin. He's like, oh, I can get I can get fancy too, but now's maybe not a good time to be speaking that around here.
Abner switches to Etruscan. Would this be better?
He shakes his head. He doesn't speak Etruscan.
She switches
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say that Labiena will be playing translator at this point.
Yeah, he
She'll
switches
offer
to
as
Greek.
such.
He goes, so you guys all speak Greek?
Yes.
Indeed,
Hmm.
that is another option.
Yeah, everybody but you're the neonate. 'Cause he don't speak Greek.
Or neonate.
What did you say? I did not understand.
He's like, all right, look, we're gonna do Greek because that's gonna be less obvious. Somebody just tell your boy over here to do his best to follow along. And
Of
No, no
course.
problem.
so what brings you all here? He hops up on a nearby little wall or something, takes a seat.
We are here to protect the investments of one of the kindred from back on our city.
Well, I assume you're talking about the giant one
And-
behind you, and he points to the arena.
Yes.
And we were pointed in your direction by
No.
Valeronius.
He goes, I know who pointed you here.
Oh, of course.
That's why I'm talking to you. He goes, so what do you need from me?
We need primarily we need some information about the city and what's going on. And for starters, we could use some pointers to where to find a good lodging place.
Perhaps arranging a meeting with the prince would also be desirable.
Okay, well, I know a family. Now you guys got to promise me you won't touch them for anything. I know a family that has a pretty secure basement that they can rent out to you guys for a nice small fee. You're going to be kind of crowded down there, but it'll be safe for the day. You got my word on that.
We won't kill them if that's what you're concerned about.
Not just kill them, don't feed on them or nothing.
Very well.
Well,
That's fine.
All right.
I think we can agree on that.
Okay. So I can point you to them. You just have to pay them for your lodging. All right.
That's settled. No problem. All is clear.
Okay. Now, as for meeting with Prince Lucian, are you going to pretend not to be from
Rome?
yeah, from Rome? That's the word I was looking for. Thank you for saying the curse word so I don't have to.
Fair enough.
Given what we know, it's probably the best idea.
All right.
Indeed.
Tell me, what do you think would be the best idea?
I don't think you should talk to him at all. But that's me, because he's smart. He's a pretty sharp guy, and
You think
he's
you'd
always
be able to figure it out.
he's not he's not a big fan of Rome. He's not a big fan of El First Citizene Arrogante Camilla. So, yeah, he would take pretty much any opportunity to humiliate Canite from that area. And if you were to come up to him and if he even thinks you're from Rome, he'll get it out of you.
That's a fair point. So you think it's
So-
better to risk his wrath by not following the dictum?
Well, as long as you don't plan on staying here, yeah, I think if I was in your shoes and you were listening to me and I was listening to me, and it's a good thing I am because I do listen to myself, I would avoid him as much as possible until I had a very solid plan of action and understood exactly what I was trying to do which may or may not put me on his bad side.
We have at least we have a day to find out.
Would it be prudent, perhaps, to, well, actually, out of character, I'm not sure how different the Capuan clothing would be from Roman. Sure, there'd be some difference.
Fairly similar, honestly.
Or at the very least, avoid anything that would look iconically.
Yeah, avoid the
that wouldn't be the word.
iconography. Yes, that's a
Yeah.
damn good idea.
Specifically Roman.
And I think that should get you a point towards legerdemain. So grab yourself an experience point towards legerdemain. There.
If we do meet the prince, then we should be sure to bow to him. But that should throw him off about us being Roman.
So yeah, he hasn't been very happy with the people from up north since it's been like 80, 90 years. Yeah, he can hold a grudge. So I would avoid presenting myself to him for as long as possible. And when you do finally get around to it, just like pretend like you've only just arrived.
So we're keeping low profile. Is the city crowded with Canaanites?
It's got its pretty good fair share. The you notice he takes the arrows, and he takes a. You guys tell me, up to 10. How many arrows did you give him?
Was it meant to be 12?
12. Did you give him 12?
Was
okay,
it?
We'll say 12.
I don't know.
Well, 12 sounds like a good number. As you say this to him, you notice he's snapping the arrowheads off, and he snaps the fourth one of the 12 off as you ask him this question. He says, it's pretty well crowded. It's got its fair share. It's got 3 or 4 of us like me. Of course, you have the prince and his crowd. I'd say rough estimate 30. But yeah, don't hold me that exact number because, big city and there is a lot of coming and going. Alright. He looks over at Carmen, who is obviously chomping at the bit to ask a question. And he's like, does your newbie over here have something he needs to say?
That looks over to him.
Yeah, Labiana does the same.
Master. Patron Decius told me to keep in mind who is we are supposed to go after. It's okay, I want to ask a question.
Ask away.
Yeah. Master, fuck, why am I saying master? No, Patron Decius. He was curious if you might know anything about this kindred who is after Valeronius. Well, that fucking went through. You know who I'm talking about.
Valeronius.
Yeah, him. There is someone after him, or at least he wants us here to protect his shit. So that must mean there is someone after him. So I'm just curious if you know anything about that. Any pointers you can give us?
Well, there's a lot of people who who would like his golden goose. You know, I wasn't aware Adventure took shit, but or took a shit, or even gave a shit. So that's a weird expression to apply to them. Yeah, he doesn't have very many friends down here, so you're gonna have to be more specific.
Everyone wants to.
Yeah, you notice he breaks the fifth one off. Snap. Breaks the fifth arrow off.
It's a
Yeah, that
timer.
was my question. Also, patron also said, don't forget about Agatha. So, whatever that means to you.
Okay, I know that name. All right. Wait a minute. He looks at Nicodemus and Alba and Wabian. He's like, Yes, I knew I recognized you. I knew it. Agatha's talked about you in the past. Boy, she really hates your guts. Man, she blames you guys for every petty little thing that's ever happened to her. Did you know that?
I'm not
Amusing
surprised.
It's
Oh.
amusing we can have this effect on people.
And she really, really wants to see some guy named Tiberius. Like, I honestly think she would give her left arm to be it for a chance to kill Tiberius, whoever that is. All right. So yeah. In any case, yeah, this is one of those deals where you didn't hear it from me, but yeah, we all know that Agatha is
Crazy.
yes, crazy is one word for it. She is banned from Rome, and in fact is hunted there. Right? I'm pretty sure we all know that.
Yes.
Well, Lucian has been keeping her enslaved. Keeps her staked, brings her, has her brought out for parties and humiliates her. Literally makes her dance sometimes, and allows her to tell stories. And so yeah, he has knowingly kept a target of Camilla here in Capua, and is you can probably imagine what he intends to let her do.
He's going to use her to humiliate Camilla.
Yeah, I wish I knew that for certain. All right, onwards and upwards. What's next?
Well, I would say, with your permission, we'll just keep in contact regarding any relevant information regarding Agatha, her movements.
Are there any people in Capua that might be sympathetic to our cause?
Oh, well, he snaps a six arrow head off. There are a few in this vicinity who have appreciated the influx of vitae and money brought in by Roman Canaanites. They're not powerful, but with numbers, they can probably help you overcome a few obstacles.
It's fair. What are the names? How we can find them?
He tells you a couple. He goes, it'll take me a couple of nights to arrange you guys a meeting, but I can probably arrange something in the shadow of the stadium. Just give me a little time.
Gotcha.
We would appreciate it.
For what we heard of your cousin in Rome, you yourself are also not very fond of the prince.
He just shrugs. You win some, you lose some.
Indeed. Was that everything?
You guys have like 6 more questions. If you have no, stuff in your mind, I got my questions.
Is there anything particular when it comes to feeding around here? Which areas are good to go, considering you want to stay under, keep the low profile? Anything specific to watch out for?
Yes,
Okay.
I was saying in a similar vein, any particular areas to avoid completely.
All right. Well, he snaps a 7th arrowhead off. Says, well, this area's a lot of slums, a lot of people coming and going all the time, so it's a pretty good area. If you get inside the city walls, there's 3 major families that, and he tells you the symbols of the 3 families. He goes, I would avoid attempting to mess with any property, anywhere you see those symbols. I would stay away from it.
Do you have any ideas of what would be possible resources that we might mobilize to protect the Luta? Do you have any idea if there would be mercenaries that would be available for hire? Or perhaps some gangs that would run protection rackets that we might be able to turn to our side?
He snaps the 8th arrowhead off. And he says, well, yes and no. There's a lot of gladiator stuff around here, a lot of failures who have washed out of the academies. People past their prime, such like that. But the major families of the city have really taken the good ones. You're kind of left with the dregs, and to be honest, it doesn't look like you guys could really afford to get anyone of any consequence or even enough forces to be of a consequence.
Should we ask if there is a kindred in Capua who hates Agatha? So that we might know a nice choice of temporary ally, enemy of my enemy is my
He already
friend.
answered that question.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
Okay. I'm mistaken. Who did he say?
He said there was 3 that he could think of real quick.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, those 3 were okay. Are you guys considering to ask if there is any particular way we can hurt Agatha, like I stated earlier in the chat?
Like the names of her resources, if she's under.
You probably remember that Agatha was rich as fuck.
Well, but now probably her stuff belongs to the prince, right? He confiscated
Well, I mean,
everything.
yes and no. I'm sure he controls it, but there's only so much that even he can control.
Yeah.
Everybody's got limits.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think like Prince would be micromanaging every kindred under his control.
Probably kept her finance school around would be the most likely thing that he did.
of course, that would also mean that would have to be careful when targeting her assets, lest we might attract the attention of the prince before we are ready for him.
That's true. But it's still worthwhile to know them.
I mean, it really depends on the scope of damage you guys are heading for. If you go for the resources on itself, it will be pretty big damage because we're talking about resources 5 or more here. If you go for the finance school, that's a lesser kind of damage that might be important in the long term, because then Agatha will have to come back to Kappa to take care of his finances, otherwise they will slowly wither out. You can also go for the haven Agatha has, which is probably less important to Prince because, I mean, whatever, right? It's just her place of sleep. So you can go for that. You can also go for allies or contacts Agatha has. A contact will be a nice way to, interrogate and get information from against Agatha. An ally will be a nice way to cut some of her power. These are some of the stuff you can use. And while doing that, you can always contact one of these 3 people, kindred, that hates Agatha, and they might find a way for you to gather less attention from the prince as well. So I personally believe there's a lot of options that can be taken here. I think the real matter is which one you want to ask, or I should say, are you going to ask it to Nosferatu, or are you going to try to find it yourselves?
Well, we still have some questions, so why not? Let's just ask about if. Well, do you know any of Agatha's resources or contacts or allies? What's left?
Well, he snaps the 9th arrowhead off. He says, not really. I know she had once she came under control of the prince, it really wasn't worth trying to keep up with her stuff that might be trophying away. I do know that he kept her. She had a ghoul to run most of her money, especially while she was out and about. She got a lot of her money from farming. She had a bunch of farms that did some high-priced goods, herbs and such. Her ghoul, though, is kept pretty close to the prince. You might be able to get to him, but it's going to be tough. Unfortunately, I don't really have a plan, but maybe the 3 neonates can help you guys out. Robbery and like theft infiltration. Not really my thing.
Right.
Okay, that was a good one. I think that was good enough.
I don't have any other questions.
I mean, do we have to use it right now, or can we ask questions later? Like, is this...
Perhaps the opposite might be a good question to ask. Does Agatha has made any remarkable allies?
He snaps the 10th arrowhead off. Says, she had a lot of enemies down here, but her fate as being the dancing puppet of the prince, there's a few who would see it as a mercy if somebody killed her, but I don't think there's very many people here who's willing to chance the wrath of Prince Lucian to find out.
It is known to us that she has recently visited Rome. Is that fact known to the kindred of Capua? Perhaps has she done so under the command of the prince? Is it known she done?
We knew she wasn't here. We'll put it like that.
But it did not know if she did so under the command of the prince. But of course, considering her situation, it's fair to assume that anything that she does of such magnitude would be, if not the command, at least the approval of the prince.
I think that's a fair assumption, but that's not an assertion that many down here would make. At least not not within hearing of the prince, and not where it might get back to him.
Did we ask if Valerianus made some allies in Capua? Well, I guess Valerianus himself
Yeah.
can tell us if he made any allies.
It was that question. If we know that there are several free neonates. Yeah. Aside from the prince, who are the most influential, important kindred in Capua? Outside Valeronius, obviously.
Well, he has his enforcer, who is a major player, and he has a couple of gangrel who watch the streets and watch the travel routes for him. So he's got eyes and ears in quite a few places. Don't worry, we are safe here. I've already mentioned some things that would get me a stake through the heart, so, take that for what it's worth.
Are these
Yeah.
Are these people all sharing the master's idea? I mean, the anti-Rome convictions.
The majority of Canaanites that live here would like to see Rome burn.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they would.
You got to understand, it's more than just fear that keeps them in line here. They fear. We all fear the prince. Let me be perfectly clear. All of you as a group might not be able to take him down.
I mean,
I want to make sure you understand that.
That's pretty clear.
Yeah, that's a pretty fair thing, considering we are talking about the prince of the second most powerful city in this region, so...
Italia.
And it's not just him personally. There are those here, and he snaps an 11th one off as he's talking to you. There are those here who would kill and die at his command simply out of hatred for his enemies.
We do not seek to take him down. We are not looking for a regime change. It's not yet.
I just want you to be clear that you should have a goal here. You should be able to do the goal and get out. He has a long arm.
We do have a... I'm not even here. Never mind.
And his clan, we hear rumors that he is either a gangrel or a sombra. Are you able to place a definitive answer to that?
No.
Yeah. I don't think she will know that. Do we know where Valerianus is? Do we know his location?
Rome.
Oh, he's in Rome.
He's not in Capua, okay. Oh shit. So we can't really contact with him.
Well, it's not that it's very far. Sending a messenger isn't a problem.
I mean, I thought that he was in Capua, so once we come here, we will meet with him and get information from him.
No. The reason why he sent us here is so that he can stay in Rome and his assets outside of Rome remain protected while he stays there.
Oh, that's a whole other story. Maybe Decius should meet with him then and ask him some questions. In any case, we have one more question. Consider it wisely, friends. Consider it wisely. So, Prince is not very important. Our goal is to find a person. who is trying to who makes Valerianus essentially scared of his assets getting destroyed or taken from him. So we need to find the source of this fear. Who is the person threatening him? That's our goal, and then eliminate that person. If we can bring Agatha back to Kappa while doing that, that's an extra thing. But that's not our main goal. That's just an. It will be nice to accomplish side quest.
So,
Considering this target is our main goal, we should ask a question around that aspect.
let's considering one thing, because that wasn't said. Wouldn't be in the. I think it would be in the princess, in Capua princess business that Valeronius is deprived of his prize pony. Why didn't it just happen just yet? Maybe it's in the works and Agatha is instrumental in this. Maybe that's the enemy.
Are you saying that Agatha is the one trying to take his stuff?
No, I'm saying that. I mean, Valeronius is clearly on the wrong side, right? So how does he have a golden goose in the middle of anti-Rome city?
Well, out of character, I know the answer to that. Actually, you might as well. I have no idea if Agatha told you that before she went
Actually,
back.
it was literally just explained that Capua is a breeding place and testing ground for gladiators.
Also, our patron told that Deventru was one of the person who sponsored Agatha with this place. So his reason to be here is profit, essentially. Pretty much that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't explained in one single conversation, but you've gotten this over the last hour and a half in real life. Is that he helped bankroll this whole stadium. He gets a lot of money out of this, and he gets other stuff. He's a Ventru. You connect the dots there.
Yeah.
He has farms and training grounds between Capua and Rome that train gladiators and horses for chariot races. They are essentially under assault. And he has reason to believe that somebody from Capua is directing
Responsible.
and is responsible.
Yeah, and we need to find that person. And we also know that he has a bunch of enemies in Capua that makes it harder to identify this person. Now, I assume that this Nosferatu will not know the kindred that most, the enemy of Valerianus in Capua. I don't think he will know that. So we have to find some other kind of question that will help us. It's kind of hard to find such a question.
I mean, I know the question I would ask.
What is it?
Who was hurt the most by the Roman involvement in this stadium?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Yeah, that's a very good question. I think we should ask it.
I thought about asking about the stadium. Was there anything notable about, because I'm not sure how much out of character we actually knew about what Agatha was doing regarding the building of this stadium.
You've been with Agatha long enough. You know that she was a cocky bruja who wanted power to a certain degree. This stadium, I think, is a proof of someone's, narcissistic beliefs just being, imposed on real world. This stadium is like what? Is it the largest stadium in the whole Italy, Chris? I think that's what was established. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Was it
right.
the second one?
This is the largest stadium until the Flavian Amphitheater is built.
Yeah. So This is an accomplishment of era.
Excluding the chariot races. This is the largest amphitheater stadium. The chariot circuses are a different style.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So this is pretty much like a.
but it's the
It
largest
is
gladiator
essentially a big
arena.
accomplishment kind of thing.
Yeah, this is a huge. It's a huge thing. It's absolutely dominates the landscape. It brings in a whole shitload of money to the city. People travel from all over to see it. It's like I played in the World Cup big. It's how big this thing is.
So I think her reasoning for building this is pretty clear. But I like the question Chris said. So I think we should ask it as well.
That's good. Who was hurt the most?
Who was hurt the most with the went through? What did you say, Chris? Went through helping with this?
Yeah. Who was hurt the most by the Romans in this project?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's ask that.
All right. Well, he snaps it off and he's like, "Oh man, I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm gonna answer this and then I'm gonna wander off. Go rest myself." So, believe it or not, your friend and my friend Agatha was one of the driving forces behind this facility. Rumor has it she, however, was manipulated by one of the major families of the city, the Pinari family, and she was manipulated into assassinating a couple of major figures of the other families, and that's what drew the attention of the prince. And in order to get money, she had to go to Rome and arrange for some people to invest in this whole stadium. And so then when Agatha disappeared and could no longer control the investments, well, guess whose money and men took over?
The Ventru.
Yes, the Ventru and the Toreador.
Yeah, I've been at laugh. So, it's how funny to imagine that some mortal families would be able to cause so much headache
Well,
for Bruat.
it was quite the scandal that she allowed herself to be manipulated into placing the stadium here, and not just that, but the way it was done assured that the Pinari family became the prominent family of this city to this day. It is the richest and most powerful family.
These families, they seem to use power even among our society, from what you speak.
No, I think she just saw somebody who was greedy and who didn't think through the consequences of her actions and allowed herself to be manipulated.
I see. So these families are not involved. They are not made up of kindred like us.
No, they are simply human dynasties, if you will. I think that's the word for it. They are dynasties like the Claudius family or the Julii family, the Scipios. Yes, they are dynasties like that. So, okay, well, that I think that about wraps it up for tonight. I'm getting pretty tired, and the moon's getting low.
That's fair. Thanks for your help.
All right.
Indeed.
Indeed.
How may we find you Should we decide to do some more business together?
Leave a flag outside. Have your host leave a red flag outside of your door. And the night after I see a flag flying, we'll find a way to meet back here. I'll leave a note or something. We can arrange a meetup.
Understood.
We can do that.
All right. He waves goodbye. He walks off. Poor Carmen sitting there. Everyone talking and laughing about him in Greek, which he doesn't speak.
Is there anyone secretly trying to watch us? Looking at our surrounding.
I don't know. That sounds like a perception and alertness roll.
Okay.
I mean, as far as you're concerned, no.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
people who are curious about you, but nothing too, like, nobody's staring at you with a pair of binoculars, or a telescope or something.
Nothing overt.
Yeah.
Did,
Nobody's leaning over your shoulder going, "What are you guys talking about again? Say that again."
Did,
Yeah.
did
I
that
didn't
guy?
hear that super secret whisper.
Did that guy told us where we can hunt?
All right.
Yes.
Indeed.
He
Good
told
job
us
tonight,
where to
guys.
not go, and
Good job tonight. I think it's 2 experience points for tonight. You guys made some very wise decisions and asked some extremely good questions. I appreciate that you're working on some of your own goals. Wanting to get some of the own stuff done is good role playing going there. So, yeah, I really enjoyed tonight. I think we're doing quite good, and I hope you guys are, enjoying experiencing the effects of war as a little more personalized level so far. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it makes
I
it
nobody
a little-
really enjoying it, but you know what I mean.
a little more interesting.
Yeah, it's different. I'm trying to be a little different than what we've done.
I like the sense of danger behind us due to war. So there's always
Yeah.
this chance of just us randomly getting, in the middle of the war and get the burnt of it.
or having our assets suddenly overtaken by the plot of someone who wants us exposed in the blood hunt.
Yeah.
Normal stuff.
I'm quite happy that this is in Rome while you guys are in the middle of our biggest enemy.
We will see what happens anyway.
Yeah, we will see. We got this under control. And I think there's only one thing we are supposed to do here. The main reason, this investigation, finding the target, eliminating the target, then get the fuck out. The biggest problem is the investigation and finding the target. I don't think killing them will be that hard, depending on the target. But I don't think it's going to be a prince or anything. I think it's going to be more, killable kindred. That's just my assumption. I have no idea why Hamas is right now on my screen.
You can close that. I
I
was
don't know either.
trying to open it up so I can add his experience points.
Oh, okay.
Hamas got experience points as well. That's interesting.
Yes, he's the only one in which I give him experience at the same rate you guys get experience. Everybody else, as far as my NPCs go, they can do what they need to do.
Hamas will be our big bad of the campaign. Like, the moment we decide to finish the campaign, Hamas will be our enemy, and it's going to be the final arc, How do we stop Hamas?
Before the final climacting scene, we're going to get a huge exposition into this character, anime style.
Yeah, it's going to be like
It's
it's going
like
to be
3 sessions just to see this,
Yeah.
and we're going to and as Easter eggs, we're going to role play parts of his life.
yeah.
It will
I
also
was going to
have
say that.
another actor in a huge chronicle about Hamas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like I was going to say that as well. Like we just play the coterie of Ihamus just to see his character, and then we experience his drama, how his sire gets killed by the wind through of Rome and stuff like that. It's just,
All right. All right, guys. Well, thank you again. See you guys in 2 weeks. I'll be on for a few minutes if you want to ask any questions, do any talking, anything like that. So, all right. Thanks, guys.
Cheers for the session.
Yep.
Good night.
Good night.
yeah, good
No
night.
worries. Have a
Good night.
I have a quick question. I was thinking that while this is in Rome, I could.
Okay, guys. That is session 90. We are dealing with earning some major favors, going to Capua, heading into an area with a few allies and fewer resources. Hopefully, the guys can pull it off. All right. I want to thank you guys once again for listening. Hope you guys are enjoying it. I want you to have a great evening.